Hi collective, welcome or welcome back to my channel. I am the Nosy Witch and this is my channel, Nosy Witch Tarot. I just want to start off by saying thank you all so much for being here and for giving me this opportunity to read for you. I am so incredibly grateful to all of you for giving me the chance to connect with you, and I really do notice every single like, every single comment and every single subscriber. I love it when you guys reach out to me and you tell me what resonated for you. Even the tiny details, a lot of your comments really make me smile and sometimes they make me laugh. And I just can't tell you how much I appreciate hearing from you, even if it's just to tell me which pal you picked. You never have to go into personal details if you're not comfortable doing that, but I appreciate you listening and interacting in whichever capacity you can, to be quite honest. And I did talk a little bit about this during my last reading, so I'm just going to mention it here at the intro today to kind of get it out of the way. So I'm not repeating myself and so I'm not annoying you too much throughout each individual pile. But basically, I am very fortunate in that a while back, I reached all of the watch hours I need in order to monetize this channel, which is just absolutely incredible. Like, the fact people are listening to me is still so mind-blowing to me, and that is just a huge compliment. However, I have had one or two setbacks in terms of gaining subscribers, and a few of you will probably know if you've been subscribed to me for a while. I was hospitalized a few months ago with pneumonia, so I stopped posting for a while during that time. I basically went from posting religiously every single week to posting less frequently, because since I came out of hospital, I had to work on prioritizing my health and not becoming burnt out. I am still very much passionate about tarot and about this channel, and I always will be. Like I always say, I've been practicing tarot since I was a child, so it's an interest that I've always had. And just to clarify, the reason for this channel has never ever been about money for me. I have a job that pays the bills, and this is like my passion project. I wanted to genuinely connect with people, and honestly, I needed to prove to myself that I could stick to something, because that's something that I've always struggled with when it comes to my hobbies. But obviously, you know, these videos are long. I do put a lot of time and energy into them, and I would just be lying if I said I wouldn't like to make a bit of extra money from it. Even if it's only enough to buy myself an extra coffee that month, it's still something. But you know, since all of that, health issues, I've been very torn between focusing on my health and trying to please the algorithm by sticking to a very strict upload schedule. The latter has unfortunately been unattainable for me, so I upload as and when I can. That does sometimes mean the algorithm doesn't push my content out to people. So please, if you're considering it, if you're on the fence, please just do me a massive favour. If you like me and you haven't done so already, please sub, please like the video, and please comment to tell me what resonated if you can. It just means more to me than you could ever know. And you know, as I said in my last reading, and I'll say it again, I know that some of you give my channel a go and you decide you don't like me or my readings aren't for you, so you don't sub, and that's fine. But some of you keep coming back to watch me, but you're not subbed. So you must like something. You can pretend you don't like me, but I see you. Don't leave me asking what are we, like we're in some kind of situationship. Click my silly little sub button and make me very, very happy. Anyway, with all of that said, let's have a little chat about this reading today. This reading is all about what you will be known for. Who are you becoming, your power, your potential, and the legacy you are going to be creating for yourself. As usual, your reading will be split into two main sections, with the first section being your oracle reading, and you may use that as an energy check. We will be looking at a few different cards from a few different oracle decks, and this is intended to represent you, how you might be known, and how you might have been feeling recently, and potentially, you know, some of the energies that might have been holding you back in relation to you becoming who you are meant to be and creating this legacy. The next portion of your reading will be your tarot reading, and this will be a deeper dive regarding you, who you are becoming, and this legacy that you are going to be creating. If there has been anything holding you back in regards to up-leveling to this new version of you, we are going to be exploring that further, and also hopefully motivating you and uplifting you into this new version of yourself. We will be closing the reading with some advice from the Shine Oracle deck, which should offer you some guidance surrounding this person you are becoming and how to step into your highest and most powerful potential. So as usual, this is intended to be a hype you up style reading. I really want this to be empowering and uplifting. However, I will also not shy away from delivering the harsh truths, albeit in as gentle of a way as I can. If I see that something is holding you back, I'm going to tell you because I truly want you to step into the most powerful version of you. But just as a little caveat to that, I'm not going to be telling you anything you don't already know deep down. These readings should be used to confirm what your intuition already knows. These readings can be used as just a little extra confidence boost when you need it from a faraway internet friend who only wants the very best for you. I fully intend all of my readings to be a source of motivation and reassurance for you, but if at any point in the reading you are finding my readings more harmful than helpful, please prioritize your own mental health. Take a step back and disengage from my content if you need to. Please remember that these are collective readings. Not every single example is going to resonate with you, and that is completely fine. As long as the overarching energy sounds like you, the specific details don't have to resonate 100% of the time. Please remember that you always have agency in your life and you do not have to accept anything as your story if it simply isn't. Please take what's for you and leave the rest for somebody else. Let's address the stickers really quickly because anyone who's friends with me knows I'm obsessed with chickens. I have rescue chickens. I love them so much. I think they're just the most fascinating, amazing creatures. So these are my personal stickers that I journal with. But I just thought these stickers particularly are so perfect for this reading because hens make me think of eggs. And eggs have the potential to be anything you want them to be. They're very versatile. You can cook them fried, you can have them poached, scrambled, you can make a cake with them. You get the gist. Can you tell I'm a Taurus moon, by the way? Like, always talking about food, always relating something back to food. But anyway, I'm saying all of this because you, metaphorically, are the egg. You have endless potential and you have the ability to become whatever you want to be. None of what I'm saying has to be a set in stone path for you, but instead just one of your many options on a timeline of endless possibilities, and I think that's beautiful. And if you're a vegan, you can replace egg with scrambled tofu if you like. I always want to be inclusive to you all, so please bear that in mind. But anyway, with that said, let's actually look at the piles and stop rambling. So over here we have pile 1 with the Teddy Tarot and the brown hen. That is pile 1 with the Teddy Tarot and the brown hen. Over here we have pile 2 and the Blooming Cats Tarot with the buff hen. That is pile 2 with the Blooming Cat Tarot and the buff hen. Over here we have pile 3 and the Considerate Cats Tarot with the black hen. That is pile 3 with the Considerate Cats Tarot and the black hen. And over here we have pile 4 and the Labradorable Tarot with the speckled hen. That is pile 4 with the Labradorable Tarot and the speckled hen. Once you have made your selection, please head to the pinned comment or the description box below where there will be timestamps that will take you to the start of your chosen reading. You are also very welcome to choose more than one pile if more than one is calling to you. I really hope you enjoyed this reading today. Thank you so much for being here and I'll see you at your chosen pile. Hi Pile 1 Collective! If you chose Pile 1 and you chose the Teddy Tarot and the brown hen sticker, you're in the right place. Welcome to your reading, friends! As usual, this reading will be split up into 2 main sections, your oracle reading and then your tarot reading. Please use the oracle reading as an energy check for confirmation that you've chosen the right pile. The reading today is all about what you will be known for and who you are becoming. It's about your potential, your legacy, the life you're creating for yourself, and the things that might be either helping you or holding you back in terms of this. If you would like a full reading breakdown, please check out the introduction, but without any hesitation, let's have a look at the cards we pulled for you, Pile 1. So I'm actually going to move the tarot cards to one side for now. We're going to focus on your oracle cards. I actually want this top card from the Rose Oracle to be representative of your overarching energy and your potential, so I'm going to look at the other cards first. So let's have a look at you and your energy, Pile 1. Okay, so we have got cool, relax, everything is fine. We have got healing, geranium, number 37. We have got number 48, Porcupine Spirit, time for beginner mind. And we have got citrine and dandelion, make a wish, clear in comparison, surrender to magic. So I'll look at this Rose Oracle card towards the end of the Oracle reading. But to start off with, I'm actually going to focus on this citrine and dandelion card, and I'm going to read from the Earth Alchemy Guidebook just to give you a little bit of context for this before we get started. Okay, so from the guidebook, we've got citrine and dandelion, make a wish. Citrine has long been associated with calling in abundance. Pop a piece at the entrance of your home to welcome in an abundance of joyful energy. We need to rewrite our dialogue around abundance. It is not something to manifest, it is a mindset. You are not lacking anything, you are infinitely abundant. What does being abundant mean to you? How abundant are you in your life right now? Because this stone's message has been watered down over time. It's become more of a material expression to some. If you need money, get some citrine. I think we are missing the point. If we make peace with attachments to finance and money themes through our past lives, we can have a healthy relationship with it. The radiant yellow ray of wisdom and illumination shines through this stone like a beacon of light that lights the way and aligns you to this idea that abundance is not outside of you but within you. It will seat itself in your solar plexus to help you face any fear blocks around lack, abundance, and comparison. Comparison is the thief of joy, and this stone radiates joy and happy, uplifting energy. Do not be the one to stifle your own happiness through feeling you need more. Take a look at what you have and refocus on gratitude. And for dandelion, it says, citrine was adamant it was pairing with dandelion. From its flower and leaves to its healing root, each part of this flower has healing powers that can make our bodies and souls feel rejuvenated. There are so many similarities with their medicine. Its yellow flowers bring warmth, happiness, and joy. It is a deep healer of emotional pain, offering support to citrine's medicine of wading into deep-rooted patterns of lack and comparison. It comes in to lift and energize after this emotional cleansing. Its energy oozes survival and independence. Dandelions grow in any soil through difficult living conditions. Their medicine shows us that we can overcome all difficult moments in life. If the smallest, most humble plant can withstand great hardships rooted in the ground with such strength, so can you. Dandelion's flowers give us an opportunity to make a wish and hope for something better to come. When blowing the seeds as they carry wishes for us, we tune into youthful thoughts and connect with the child within us, which is the element of this healing that lifts our spirit and soul. Even if these wishes didn't come true, they may still have time to come to life. It's not about the wish, really, it's about the action of surrendering to a childlike joy and magic. Okay, so to start off, some of you may have been in this energy of comparing your progress to other people's and experiencing a lot of self-doubt or self-limiting beliefs due to this. Some of you are interpreting abundance as having to look one specific type of way, maybe based on a belief that was instilled within you from an early age. You might have been working towards something and you're in this place of having lost a little bit of faith or passion towards it because someone else's journey looks different to yours. And maybe that's made you wonder recently, like, is this for me? But I think with it comes a lot of you being quite harsh on yourself. Maybe negative self-talk, maybe certain self-worth issues have been resurrecting because you haven't made as much progress as what you would have liked to. And when you're looking at other people doing a similar thing to you, who on a surface level appear to have made progress, you're internalizing that as maybe I'm not good enough, or I'm getting something about they can do this because they're in a different league to me. It's that kind of feeling. And before we go deeper into this, what I want to clarify right now off the bat is yes, you are in a different league to them, but it's not in the way you think. Okay, I'm going to explain that. I think some of you have a very difficult time accepting compliments and understanding your talents. There's this energy of like, you don't feel as successful as you could be. And I think some of you have in the past have had like a very rigid definition of what success or abundance looks like. Again, this could have been something that was instilled within you from that very early age, from a parental figure or from a caregiver of some kind. You could have had someone in your life who would forefront this belief that there is only one definition of success. And with this being a collective reading, obviously there are going to be many different examples of this, and I will give a few, but the overarching feeling is the same regardless of your specific example. It's the same in that you at one point felt like if you did not meet this standard, it made you lesser than. It doesn't have to be specifically a parental figure, but in this particular example, let's say, this person's idea of abundance was purely based on the material. Let's say they instilled you with this belief that if you didn't go down one particular career path, you would be a failure. So they told you, like, you have 3 career paths to choose from. You can either be a doctor, a dentist, or a lawyer. It doesn't have to be those examples, but it's basically like they wanted you to do something prestigious, and anything else made you feel as though you would fall short in some way. And maybe this is somebody who plays the comparison game themselves. Like, if it's a parent, they have always compared you to your siblings, making you feel lesser. Or maybe when you attend family gatherings, they're like, oh, such a body's daughter or son is doing this, and they're making you feel like whatever you're doing isn't the right thing. It doesn't have to be a career. It could be like getting married, settling down with children, starting a family. It could be anything. But maybe these options they wanted you to choose from didn't really align with you at a soul level. You might have found your passions elsewhere, but this person has kind of done a number on you in some way, like in that now you might be in an energy of worrying that you're going down the wrong path because maybe every time you've mentioned this passion to this person, it's been met with a lot of disinterest, a lot of this person underplaying your achievements, comparing you, or simply prioritizing the financial aspect and sort of saying, well, you could do that, but that's not going to make you any money, not caring about whether or not it will actually make you happy. So even if the route you're currently going down does feel like it aligns with this authentic version of you, you kind of have doubts about that because you look at other people and you're like, well, they've been doing this for less time than me and they've acquired more abundance. And a part of you has maybe tried to focus on what they are doing to replicate it, because a part of you might be attached to the idea that the material is what is most important to you and creating your legacy. Because there's this sense of like, okay, I've followed the rules, I've done what they're doing, and it's not gotten me anywhere. And I'm here to tell you, bestie, respectfully, that trying to follow the playbook is never going to work for you because you were never meant to follow the playbook. So when you're asking yourself, like, what am I doing wrong? Why is this not happening for me? It's because you're not fully believing and trusting that you have what it takes and that you've had the power all along. You are the abundance. You have it. You've got it. You don't fit the mold because you're meant to break it. Some of you have been panicking about the amount of time specifically something is taking, and I'm going to need you to relax. With this card, it literally says, everything is fine, you've got this. And if you're currently my little anxiety riddled pile who is struggling to just calm down, I want you to be aware that a big part of your legacy is going to be in relation to you realizing that you really do have it all. And that might be hard to believe if you're struggling with, elements of self doubt right now. I know it's hard to believe, but you will be known for being someone who is capable of remaining grounded and calm under pressure. You will be known as someone who never ties themselves up in knots, worrying about the potential outcome because you know that eventually everything gets unraveled in time. But in order to get to that place, there might have to be some kind of unraveling of self, some deeper healing, some unpacking of these deep rooted beliefs that you might be clinging onto. But one thing that I'm getting is that change has been happening for you. I think you've been working on something and actively making changes, attempting to do your healing work. So in many ways, this is just a reminder of things that you know deep down, which is that you're beyond powerful. And I think you will be known as a master manifester, particularly with this Make-A-Wish card coming through. This could be an especially important time for you in terms of this. Maybe the recent Lion's Gate portal could have been a very reflective time for you. It could have felt like this period triggered some past wounds, but it's also helping push you onto this different trajectory. I think for a lot of you, you've already experienced these bigger spiritual awakenings, but maybe the Lionsgate portal sort of felt like it was another mini awakening and something has been re-sparked within you and you're now committing to this more authentic version of you, doing things your way. And I think this is going to be such a crucial part of you becoming who you're meant to be and who you always had the potential to be all along. You maybe just didn't realize it. So some things that have occurred around this Lionsgate portal could have been a catalyst to you. For just a select few of you, you could be Leos or you have strong Leo in your chart and you've had to do some reassessing, maybe on or around your birthday if that applies. It doesn't have to. But for some of you, you could have almost had, I don't want to say breakdowns, but moments of clarity on or around your birthday that have made you want to really shift things and take your life in a new direction. And this urge you've had is like a soul yearning, and it's definitely something that is putting you on the path towards creating your legacy. This is a weird feeling, so I can only apologise in advance if I'm not explaining this in a way that makes sense, but I'm not here to make sense. I'm just here as the vessel for the messages. So take it as it resonates, don't if it doesn't. But for some of you, it's like you found your purpose, you've been working towards it, but you've not been seeing as much material progress as what you would like. And then maybe those self-doubts have come in of like, maybe this isn't for me, maybe I'm not good at this, maybe I don't deserve it. And it's got you thinking that this thing isn't for you. But for many of you, I don't actually think that is the case. I think these feelings are arising because of this attachment to that singular definition of abundance. And in the most loving way possible, I think without realizing it, by comparing yourself to other people, you've been pulled into maybe focusing on the wrong things. You felt this lack, which has made some of these deeper rooted self-worth issues come to the surface, and you've lost touch with how much progress you've actually made and how healing this experience has been for you. And if we go back to that paragraph from the Earth Alchemy deck about gratitude, it's making me think of like, there are truly a lot of people praising you and wanting to compliment you, seeing your potential, but sometimes you don't see it because you're either stuck trying to win the approval of someone specific, or you don't believe that you're truly worthy of abundance because you've been led to think it's this one very narrow definition. And if you don't have it right now and other people do, then that means you'll never get it. And that is categorically not true. But with this porcupine spirit card, it's like a big part of you creating your legacy is looking at things from a different lens. And I'll talk about that in a moment, but it just makes me think of how programmed we are as humans to focus on the negative. And especially if we've encountered people in our lives who have instilled us with this anxiety. And by the way, pal one, I never want it to seem like I am judging you or blaming you for these things. Things happen to us that are out of our control. Everything I'm talking about now is something I have dealt with myself and often things that I still deal with. So I get it, I do get it. But it makes me think of, I know this is an off-topic example, but like reviews. And the fact that often people will only leave a review if something goes wrong. Maybe this is significant to a few of you dealing with negativity, either online or in person. Maybe if you have a business or YouTube channel yourself and you've experienced this, that might only apply to just one or two of you. But it's like, let's say you have a favorite breakfast spot where you go to have coffee. 9 times out of 10, you could have the most amazing experience there. But maybe one time you go to this place and it's not so great. Maybe you're lactose intolerant and they put cow's milk in your coffee instead of oat milk or something and it gives you raging diarrhea. I'm sorry if I've just called out someone's bowel movements there. It doesn't have to be this example, but it's like we're more likely to talk about and think about that negative experience because it's the one that has impacted us most significantly. But I feel like a part of your legacy involves you reframing your focus and allowing yourself to truly internalize some more of the positives, the compliments you get, the people you connect with. And I really don't want this to be like patronizing. I hate being one of those readers who is like, just focus on being grateful, because sometimes shitty things happen to us. And being so real with you, we are allowed to feel shitty about those things. I never want to encourage toxic positivity. I'm not going to be the reader to tell you, just don't think about the negative or you'll just attract more negative opportunities. No, you won't. Please don't worry, you won't. Not addressing these things, pushing your valid feelings down, and not allowing yourself to process them is counterintuitive to growth. It's not about pretending that nothing bad ever happens. It's about acknowledging that multiple things can be true at the same time. You can have one shitty experience, but it's about not letting it define you as a human being. It's like, yes, this happened, but this is what I do have. One example could be like, yes, I didn't make the money I wanted to make, but look at all this human connection I'm making. Whatever example applies to your individual situation. And with that particular example, it's not saying that finances shouldn't be important to you at all. I get that we need money to live, but it doesn't have to be the sole focus of your legacy because a lot of who you are becoming has such a lot to do with healing. And this can be in relation to healing your relationship with the material world. And that could mean healing your relationship to money, but a part of that involves you realizing that your material status doesn't determine anything about how worthy and valuable you are. So if you're clinging on to a belief that the two somehow correlate, a big part of this is releasing that idea. Some of you might have been saying that you've released it, you're doing something aligned with your purpose, and that's probably true, but a few of you, it's like you're not fully believing it. For some of you, you're like, yeah, I'm just focusing on me, I'm doing it my way, going down my own path. But then you're kind of side-eyeing another person like, okay, but what are they doing? How have they achieved this? And I want you to know your journey looks different to other people's because it's meant to be different. With this porcupine card, there's maybe this element of you being a little prickly and defensive recently, not wanting to put yourself out there to avoid getting hurt, having your guard up. Because maybe if you did put yourself out there and you didn't progress the way you wanted to, this deeply rooted shame and embarrassment rose to the surface and it made you just pull back entirely, or it made you want to pull back entirely. But the thing about porcupines is they are excellent climbers. They will rise to the top, and that's like you, but you have to do it your own way. Like, you will achieve it, but you need to look at things from this beginner mind point of view, like it says on the card. A part of your legacy will be you being able to remain open and curious and proceed with your goals without the attachment to whatever belief you've been conditioned to believe. This porcupine is who you could be if you let go of all the things that have led you down a path of thinking you're unworthy. And that's not easy. All of us have grown up hearing certain things. Many of us have been criticized, led to believe we're not smart or innovative or good enough. It's about you releasing some of that and adopting a new set of beliefs, looking at things with a new pair of eyes, seeing the world differently. And that's not like a one and done process. It takes time, and you do have to be patient with yourself. I don't think you realize how powerful you are in terms of the progress you have made already. I'm getting for some of you, you're doing things now that you would have never dreamed of doing a year ago. And that isn't something to be dismissed. What I really want to say when I'm looking at these cards is that your legacy is going to be one of healing. And with this being a collective reading, that is going to manifest in many different ways. But I think the moves you're making now allow you to not only work on your inner work and healing, but you're also developing the potential to heal the collective in whatever way that means for you. Healing can be anything, please bear that in mind. So for some of you, this is going to be in a more traditional sense, something within the medical field, you working on becoming a clinician of some kind, a doctor, a nurse, a physiotherapist, a psychologist. It could be in more of a traditional medicine sense or in more of a spiritual way. If you practice tarot yourself, it could be that. It could be Reiki or something more faith-based. It could be self-help, helping people develop their confidence, helping people overcome certain issues like addiction or body image, discussing societal issues to heal the collective. It could be through your artistic practices, singing, songwriting, music, dancing, poetry, writing. All of these avenues can be to do with healing. And if it's not in a career sense, it could be in the sense of healing generational trauma through you addressing your core wounds and creating a healthy lineage, raising your children in a way where you instill them with healthier beliefs, you remind them of their opportunities. I'm getting that you could be known as someone who will work well under pressure and be good in a crisis, which might surprise you, but it definitely could link, especially if you're thinking of doing something in the medical field. But I'm also getting this message of you having battled with having a freeze response. If that has ever been an issue for you in the past, this version of you who you are becoming is going to be someone who no longer feels stuck in that state of freeze, who is going places but not putting as much pressure on themselves to get there immediately. African, Asian, or European ancestry could be significant to you with this porcupine. But overall, I'm getting that you are in a very powerful position to set yourself off on a particular trajectory right now. And particularly creating some kind of vision board, whether it's something you hang in your room to physically look at, or whether you've been thinking of creating something digitally, could be crucial to you right now. It could serve as a reminder of how abundant you are. Practicing gratitude as and when you are able to could be extremely important as well. But that's what I'm getting. Let's take a look at the overarching energy of this by looking at a card from the Rose Oracle deck. This should hopefully represent what you're doing differently to become this person. So let's take a look at that pile one. Okay, we have the Wild Rose. Do it your way, embrace your uniqueness, untamed. Oh my god, pile one. So the way you are doing things differently to create this legacy for yourself is literally by being who you are authentically and leaning into your uniqueness. Maybe things that you were put down for in the past. Like, you know, one example that's popping into my head, if you've ever got picked on for being a more sensitive or emotional person, and you had people in your life tell you like, you need to get over it, you need to be strong, have a stiff upper lip, you're way too sensitive, this isn't going to get you anywhere, you need to focus on the practical, being emotional has no value, you can only create abundance for yourself through earning money, through a well-paying career. Whatever, it doesn't have to be that specifically, but it's like whatever someone has told you in regards to something about yourself not being valuable, you're realizing that they were wrong, okay? You're realizing that's bullshit, that they didn't know anything. And the reason I said this could be a parental figure is because you've kind of adopted their belief, even if deep down it didn't quite sit right with you. You adopted it because it's all you knew. You had no choice but to internalize it. But now it's like, as an adult, and especially if you've been through an awakening period, it's like you've been questioning that and you've kind of been saying, Like, well, what do I want my life to look like? And do I want it to look like this person's? Like, they're telling you all the things you need to do to be successful, but do you actually want your life to look like theirs? Are they a happy person? And if the answer is no, it's like you're really starting to come to terms with that and understanding that following the playbook just isn't for everyone. And I feel like that example resonates because it's always the people who repress their emotional side and focus solely on the superficial or material that I end up feeling so sorry for, because they often seem so incredibly unhappy. But yeah, a lot of you becoming who you are is in relation to you detaching yourself from the expectations of others, creating your own definition of success, healing your relationship to yourself, and rediscovering the things that bring you joy and pleasure. And with that comes the abundance, with that comes the opportunity for finances to improve, because you're more aligned with you at this soul level. You're more aligned with that than just meeting arbitrary goals and sticking to conventions in whichever way that applies. Like, you were meant to be wild, you were meant to be free, particularly if you've been put down for your uniqueness in the past. Some of you could be my neurodivergent identifying pile, although that does not have to apply. But it's like you're breaking out of the box that confined you. You're understanding that it's okay to go down a different route. You don't have to follow the path that's been mapped out for you. That's how you're creating your legacy. And I have no idea why, but this is making me think of my niece and how me and her play together. Like, she loves playing make-believe games, but she is a Virgo, so she also likes playing by the rules. And obviously these rules aren't universal laws, they're her made up rules. But if you're trying to change them and deviate from her script, she doesn't like that. So we could be playing with her dolls, and I might try and spice things up by incorporating my own little story. So if we're pretending our dolls are at the beach and she wants me to say what happens next, I'm like, oh, and then a shark came out of the ocean, for example, or something like that. And my niece is like, no, Auntie, that's not what happens. There's no shark. They go and get ice cream. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I was just trying to do things my way, but let's do them yours. Like, they go and get ice cream. That's fine. And this reminds me of you in your life, in that you tried to adopt to a way of being that someone else had laid out for you because they made you feel like a different option would be wrong. But it isn't. It's just a different option. And you have always been given divine permission to do things your unique way. Nothing is lost. You've just forgotten what belongs to you because of conditioning. But you are overcoming this as part of your legacy. That is what I'm getting for the oracle portion of your reading, Pal 1. I really hope you are enjoying this reading so far. We are about to move on to the tarot, so please bear with me and let's get started on that. Hi Pal 1 Collective, welcome back to the tarot portion of your reading. Without hesitation, let's get started and have a look at the cards we pulled for you. Okay, Pile 1. So we have got the Four of Cups reversed. We've got the Five of Cups. We've got the Five of Pentacles. We've got the Fool. We've got the Page of Swords. We've got the Six of Swords. We've got the Ten of Pentacles. We've got the Seven of Pentacles. We've got Death. And we have got the Queen of Wands. Okay, Pile 1, so with this Four of Cups, some of you have been in this period of quiet reflection, which, by the way, is crucial to you becoming who you're going to be, establishing this energy. So first of all, if you've been feeling bad at all about being in a little bit of a hermit mode, declining social events, isolating yourself a little bit, do not feel bad for that. You spent too long feeling ashamed of not living up to the expectations and pressure other people put on you, but this moment is for you. You have needed time away to decompress, to reassess, to figure things out. And for some of you, this might be a standard thing for you, like you're introverted and you need more time to yourself than the average person, but you sometimes feel a little bit guilty for it. And I'm saying don't, okay? Like, you spent too much time trying to build yourself up by adhering to what other people have wanted from you, and you're done with that. Like, please take all the time you need. Do not feel bad about it for 1 second. That's just a message I have for a few of you. for those of you where that applies. Like, some of you feel as though there are certain people you should have been making time for and maybe you haven't, but it's for a reason. Like, maybe one or two of you do technically have the time. If you're on your summer break right now, for example, like, let's say usually you would go home over the summer to your family or to see certain people, but maybe you've been refraining from doing that. But it is honestly for the purpose of protecting yourself, because spending time with certain people unfortunately sets you off on a dark path at times, and you've been doing a lot of healing work to recenter and rebalance yourself. And every time you make progress in that way, and then you encounter these people or situations from your past, it's like it throws you off track. It gets you out of alignment. And you've already been feeling a little bit wobbly, maybe feeling like you've been wasting your time on something because it hasn't yet got the results you wanted. And you don't need to be around anyone who is reinforcing those limiting beliefs. So it's like you've taken a step back and you might have been meditating on what is really for you. And this self-trust is so important in terms of your growth. Like, this is something you're truly having to work out by yourself, and you don't want anyone's input, especially when that's going to create more issues with worthiness for you. I think some of you are worried that if you surround yourself with people who are putting you down, criticizing you, etc., you're going to start believing that too. And you've been doing a lot of inner work to detach yourself from those beliefs. So you're working through things very independently. If, for example, this criticism is coming from a family member who lives in a different place to you, it's like you don't want to go back, because if you do and you share what you've been working on with them, they're going to tell you all the reasons why it won't work, and that in turn might take you off course, when deep down in your soul you know that thing is for you, so you don't want to be taken off course. But because you've been lacking in confidence to some degree, you can't put yourself in a situation of being exposed to that mentality. Like, you know you're going to get into that sort of prickly and defensive porcupine mode if you go back home and this family member is telling you things to make you anxious. I want to say, like, oh, well, that's not going to be very lucrative, is it? Or that's not going to work, or why can't you just do XYZ? You know that's not good for you to be around, so you're taking a step back from that, going inwards, trusting yourself, and this is a crucial part of you becoming who you are meant to be. For some of you, this could be like you're in education, you're doing a literal course, you're studying something, but you're needing to reassess this because you feel deeply like it doesn't align with you, even if it's something that could make you like stereotypically successful if you completed it. There's this element of you maybe feeling like you're wasting your time because you know it's not truly what you want to do. Maybe you want to switch to something different, but you know that if you speak to this person about it, they're only going to focus on the practical aspect of like what will make you the most money, and they're going to try to make you feel bad for wanting to do anything differently. Or on the other hand, it could be that you are now on the path of doing something that aligns with you at soul level, like you've been working on it, but it hasn't given you the results you wanted yet. And that's led to these doubts, or you feeling like you're wasting your time pursuing something that's not for you. And you don't want to like go back home to this family member so they can bombard you with the same kinds of fears when you're already, struggling to figure things out just as you are. You want and need to do it alone and really have faith in your own decision making is something that I'm getting. I just want to say, pal one, that overall this reading and these cards are incredibly positive. So if you are anxious, please know that things are going to be getting really, really good for you. But to get to that part, we do have to talk about the hard stuff first. So I want to talk about this Five of Cups and the Five of Pentacles. And by the way, it's like I said in the beginning, I don't think I'm going to be telling you anything you don't already know. We discussed some of this in the oracle, so I don't think any of this will be a surprise for you. But I just wanted to mention that. So it's like we said, you've been doubtful about whether something is for you because I'm getting that your journey hasn't been a linear one. So what I mean is, like, 1 minute you felt on the right track, then it's been like 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and that's made you lose confidence in whether or not it's the right thing. Because maybe it goes back to that comparison thing, like you see other people around you making straightforward progress, and the fact that maybe that hasn't been the case for you has got you like, well, maybe this just isn't meant for people like me, maybe I haven't got what it takes. But this sense of fear and doubt and anxiety is very much something that feels out of your control and something that was instilled within you from a young age. You've been feeling like you've been working so hard and you have nothing material to show for your hard work, and that is what has been getting you down. It's been making you feel like a failure because you're attached to this belief that success equals financial reward. You've adopted some of these beliefs of like, maybe I should have just done what my family member told me to do. Maybe it was stupid to believe I could do XYZ. And there's this sense of disappointment in yourself and worry that this person who criticized you was right all along or something like that. But I'm getting this feeling of warmth and reassurance from whichever higher source, to be honest, you have been trying to connect with recently, but you've maybe been feeling a little bit detached from. I'm getting this reassurance that you have not failed, like this is only the start of your journey and you don't know how good things can get for you. You might be going through a little bit of self sabotage right now, kind of like, well, I'm not seeing progress, I'm not seeing the progress I want, so should I just give up now? And unfortunately, this is coming from this lack mentality, especially when it comes to finances or material abundance. And I don't want to discount the importance of being financially secure. So I'm not telling you to make risky decisions with your money and invest in things that are actively depleting you of the resources you need to get by. But it's more like, don't lose the belief you have in yourself just because things are taking a while to manifest in your reality. Just because you cannot physically see the results right now doesn't mean that nothing is happening behind the scenes. So if you know in your heart that there is something you are called towards, it's more like, don't throw in the towel right now and say, I'm done, I'm going in this completely different direction, even if it doesn't align with me, because my family were right, I can't do this other thing, so I might as well go with whatever is going to make me the easiest money. Like, you do not have to give up on yourself in that way because that's not going to make you happy, you're not going to feel rewarded from that. And if we're completely honest, and I think you probably know this, pal one, it's probably not going to make the person criticizing you happy either, because they're dealing with their own self-limiting beliefs, and sometimes it's like they've projected that onto you. So this could be a person who failed to live up to their own self-imposed expectations, so now they're attempting to live vicariously through you. Or it could be that this person has material abundance, but that's all they have to offer, and it still hasn't made them very happy. They're not emotionally fulfilled, but their physical achievements is all they have to use as a measuring stick for success. So that's what they in turn project onto you. Just as one example, they could say things like, well, when I was your age, I was making this amount of money, or when I was your age, I had a ring on my finger, I was married with 3 kids, or when I was your age, I was a size XYZ. It's in relation to money or possessions or even the physical body. They use that as a substitute for the self-love they really need to give to themselves, and they put that on you. So it's like, no matter what you do, you cannot meet their expectations. For some of you, it could be that you grew up without financial security, you didn't have all of your needs met. Money struggles were always a big worry, and so your caregiver has a lot of anxieties surrounding finances, and they again project that onto you. They want you to choose the safe option because they couldn't make you feel safe growing up. It's one or the other, or for some of you it's both. Like, one parent is the one with high expectations and the other parent is just anxious or something like that. Or if it's a single parent, it could be that this person is both. It's going to be very different for everyone. And if it's not a parent, it's likely to be a family member or ex-partner, someone who you were close to at one point. But I think this person has kind of turned you into your own worst critic. So you're always second guessing yourself, having a bit more of a pessimistic outlook at times. And with this thing you're working on, it could feel like you've invested more than what you've got in return at this current point. Like, you've bought the equipment you need, but you've not made the money back from it yet. And that's got you in this mentality of, will I ever make any money? But you're missing the point of how hard you have worked to get to this stage where you've even healed yourself enough to do the thing in the first place. There's a time when you would have never even dreamed of it, and I think you need to remember that. You're becoming who you are and creating your legacy by doing the thing, even when things feel uncertain. And you're not a failure. You've never ever been a failure. You are such a fucking winner, because so many people deal with these feelings and they never even get to the stage of being able to prioritize what makes them happy rather than what makes someone else happy. But you're working through this, and I think it is really going to pay off for you. The Fool card is so beautiful to get for this reading because it's often mentioned that the Fool as a card can go at the beginning or at the end of the deck. He isn't assigned an actual number. he's zero. Like, it can go either way, because essentially this is the fool's journey. Life is the fool's journey, and it's your journey. And I'm not calling you a fool as in the meaning we would usually assign to that, but I think this is especially prevalent if you have been feeling foolish by doing some of the things that you've been doing, by going down a particular path, because potentially these limiting beliefs have got you believing like, I let my clown head, I don't know why I want to say clown head, because clowns kind of freak me out, but you're like, I let my clown head, or I let my dreamy, whimsical, free spirited clown head get the better of me, and it's led me to these uncertain places, and now I'm feeling silly for being there. What I want you to know, pal one, is that these uncertainties are very much a crucial part of your journey. I feel as though some of you think that the part of you who is like, maybe I should just do what this family member told me to do, maybe I should just go back to that thing that doesn't really align with me, you feel like that's your sensible or practical side and the only part of you that is worth listening to, but you only feel that way because you have been conditioned to feel that way. And that's not me saying that we should never plan for things or be more grounded in terms of our dreams. That stuff is important, but it's not the only thing that's important. And I think a part of you becoming who you were always meant to be is you realizing that this fool energy has been you all along. And that side of you is your creativity, your imagination, your dreaminess. And this internal fool residing in you is not something that you need to lock away. That fool isn't deserving of some of the criticism that it receives. It's like you've looked at your inner fool and you're saying like, you're stupid, we can't do that, because of what you've been encouraged to believe, but that's not true. This fool is resurfacing and pulling you in a particular direction for a reason, and it's something that aligns with your purpose and with you creating a legacy. It is the untamed part of you that is dying to get out, to be seen and explore without fear of repercussions, without always jumping to the conclusion that the worst case scenario is inevitable. You are a free spirit. Your uniqueness does deserve to shine. And I'm getting shine because something about the imagery on this particular card reminds me a lot of the Sun card. And it's like you've spent so long repressing your inner fool to conform to something that whenever parts of it escape, you feel like you need to take it back, but you don't. The way you're going to create a legacy and stand out is through doing things differently and being unique. You're not supposed to be assigned a number, you're not supposed to be confined in that way. And I think once you start really coming to terms with that, you're going to be able to create this legacy in a way that works for you, rather than copying what you think should work or what you've seen other people do to become successful. It's also you letting go of an attachment to a particular outcome and not getting so stressed about it, just being in this mentality of like, whatever will be, will be. And if a situation occurs, I'll deal with it when it happens. This could be more significant after your Saturn return. If that's the case, let me tell you, I'm a Capricorn rising. I have strong Saturn in my chart. This could be the case for some of you, although it doesn't have to be. But before I had my Saturn return, my life was, I don't want to say bad. There were good things, amazing things even, but I really did find life a lot more challenging than I do now. And that might just be an extra message if you're a little bit younger than me. You don't have to be, but if you've ever had people tell you like, oh, your childhood or your teens or your 20s are the easiest and best time of your life, then I just want to reassure you that for many of us, that really isn't the case. If you're worried that you're in your 20s and you're like, is this the best that it's ever going to get? I'm telling you, no, it's not. Don't believe that. Don't believe the hype. Oh my god, pile one. So this Page of Swords kind of ties in nicely with what we were saying about the Fool. But it's like once you open that little box where you were keeping your inner fool and you allow him or her to get some light, the way you experience life is going to change in so many profound ways. And I feel like a lot of this has to do with you accepting that there was never anything about you that was wrong or that you needed to suppress or cage in. A lot of you, due to the responsibilities, the expectations, the pressure, the criticism that was placed on you, you were never granted the opportunity to explore what it was that you truly wanted from life. You weren't allowed to be curious about anything because you felt tied to this one particular path. Maybe you had a particularly repressive or strict upbringing and you were led to believe that you had to stay in this one particular role, whatever that may be. For some of you, this could be like religious or cultural expectations from your family. It could be in relation to gender roles. It could be financial constraints and you believing that certain things would never be available to someone from your background. But it's like there were certain things that you never even considered an option. And once this fool is able to get out on their little journey, this is going to be changing in a major way, that it's like so many new doors are going to be opening for you. But not only that, it's like you're also going to be discovering that it's okay to be flexible and to try new things. And it doesn't make you a failure if something doesn't work out immediately, because this exploration, this discovery, it is all part of the process. And again, going back to what we said, it's about you doing something differently. It's about you being authentic, speaking about things freely. And I'm getting like speaking your language, the phrase speaking your language as well. And this could refer back to you being made to feel like you doing things differently was wrong, especially if you grew up in a strict environment where you were expected to adhere to certain arbitrary things. Like if a parent said to you, you know, this is how we behave, this is what we say, we don't do that, we don't do this. It's like you rediscovering that those rules were made up, they're not universal, they don't have to be part of your story, and how you choose to conduct yourself isn't necessarily wrong. Particularly, you know, if you do identify with being neurodivergent or different to others in some kind of way, and you found it difficult to mask or conform growing up, it's like you were never wrong, people just didn't speak your language. But you know in your soul that your particular way of speaking, of sharing ideas, of connecting, that is important. It doesn't have to be hidden away. You can actually use it as a strength. I don't know why. This is probably going to be an example that I'm sure will relate to absolutely no one, but it's from my own life and I just wanted to share it because it's popping into my mind right now. So I'm not going to go into the whole thing now. If you know me in real life, you know this. But when I was a child, I experienced a severe illness that left me with some long-term issues. I had some issues with my mobility and some issues with my fine motor skills, amongst many other things. So things that were easy for other people of my age, I had a hard time with following this illness. Even things as simple as like tying my shoelaces, using a knife and fork, sitting on the carpet at school, things like that, things like to do with crossing my legs, that kind of thing. It was all sorts of things, but those are a few examples. And obviously, you know, most people who knew this were understanding, they wouldn't make a big thing about it. But other kids particularly didn't understand what had happened. I mean, neither did I really. And even, you know, if we had a different teacher, like a substitute who didn't realise, they would see me attempting to do these things differently to my peers. And they would be like, no, that's not how we do it. Like, why are you doing it like that? You need to do it like this. Not realizing that I had limitations in what I could do. So I had to make adaptations in the way I carried out certain activities. And my adaptations might have taken me a little bit longer, but they got me to where I needed to be. If I tried to do things the way other people did them, I wouldn't be able to do that. But nevertheless, people will try to force you in that box. And that can make you feel like you're wrong or the failure. Like, that's how I felt as a kid. It made me feel unintelligent or like I'll never be as successful as other people. But honestly, like, that is just a lie that you have internalized. And obviously, I know for you, it won't be that specific example, but it's like whatever it is that makes you stand out or different, your legacy is realizing that that is one of your most powerful assets and you can use it to communicate something that nobody else can. Like with me, that sense of feeling weird or othered is something I talk about on my channel, and I articulate those things to let you know that if you've ever felt that way, you are not alone. It's something I do to connect with people and to let them know that they are valid. And that to me is meaningful. Even if it doesn't make me money, even if I help just one person, it's still meaningful for me. And I feel like that is something you will find. You will find that sense of meaning. Like, as part of your legacy, you're discovering that what you do is meaningful and how you do it is just as meaningful, and you don't have to do it in a way that other people have told you to. Yes, with the Six of Swords, you are becoming the person you are meant to be by releasing a lot of that baggage that you have been clinging to, even if it's been unintentional. Because I get the sense that you've already been through some kind of awakening or a transitional period. So you could have already been telling yourself that you've let go of some of these limiting beliefs. And that's true to an extent. You've gone inwards and you've been doing a lot of work already. And of course, you should be incredibly proud of that. But at the same time, ask yourself, is there more I need to release? Am I still attached to an outdated way of thinking? And what could I be doing to move away from that? And the answer is going to be different for all of you. So I'm not here to tell you whether it's like a yes or a no. Like, you know yourself, pal one. But overcoming some of these ingrained beliefs, like we said, it isn't always this linear journey. And by that, I mean, sometimes we can logically say to ourselves, like, I don't believe that anymore. So, for example, you might say, my caregiver told me I'm only valuable if I'm making XYZ amount of money, and I don't believe that. I think that's silly because I'm valuable in many other ways that are not defined by my financial contributions. And it's one thing saying that to yourself, but it's another thing truly feeling it. So even though you know deep down you have value outside of financial success or whatever belief it is that you are tied to, for your example, that might be something that you're continually reaffirming throughout your journey. Because if you're saying, I know my worth isn't tied to money, but look at how much money this other person has, or even like, I know a relationship or being married or having children doesn't define me, but look at this person's happy relationship and family. They're doing so much better than me. If you're falling into the trap of that comparison game, then have you truly released it? Have you truly released that belief? And if not, that's okay. Having the self awareness to acknowledge that is a big fucking deal. Progress isn't always instant. We can't just snap out of things we've been conditioned to think over time. So, this isn't a judgment in any way, shape, or form. It's just an awareness that part of your journey is going to be reassessing, then releasing. You're continually transitioning and growing, and that's fine because you aren't stagnating. You're not going to be keeping yourself stuck. And that's how you're creating abundance and creating this legacy for yourself. Not you getting the legacy card in a legacy reading with the Ten of Pentacles. I think one thing that you need to know is that you're going to be creating a life for yourself that is so, so comfortable. And with this being the Pentacles and that association to wealth and material success, this could very well indicate that you're going to have nothing to worry about in that way, essentially. Like, you're going to be taken care of. And even with this imagery on the card and this dog here lying belly up, it's making me think like dogs will often only show their bellies when they feel safe, like when they feel comfortable, they don't feel threatened. And I think this is indicating that a part of your legacy will be you feeling emotionally safe. And maybe this journey to emotional safety, whether or not it has anything to do with removing certain people from your life or just battling something more internal, it is very likely that very thing is what allows you to create this material abundance. Because maybe this is you being truly comfortable in your own skin and truly content with where you're going in life. Maybe it's you feeling more confident in terms of going after a goal or aligning yourself with your purpose. So it's like when you start to detach from all that other noise, the pressure to conform, the expectations placed on you, your own self-limiting beliefs, and you can safely say to yourself, no, I'm on the right path and this is what I'm doing, regardless of anything else. When you trust yourself like that, that's a huge part in creating this life and this legacy, and it's something that will allow you to feel secure and comfortable in all these different ways. And it's like for some of you, you're going to be able to sit back and honestly live this very lavish and luxurious life, maybe something you once didn't see as possible for you. You're not going to want for anything, you're not going to be yearning. And of course, this could indicate with finances, like you having all your needs met, not having to worry about keeping on top of bills, always feeling safe, always feeling like you're covered, that if you want something, you can get it. But I think it can also relate to you not always yearning to become more to please other people or to quiet that voice in your head telling you that you're not good enough. It could indicate like wherever you're going to end up, you're going to be content with where you are and you're going to feel like you're a success and that you've created something amazing for yourself. And I think that's a big thing for you, pal one, because due to internal, external pressure or both, it's like you've always been trying to do more, climb higher. But whenever you reach a certain goal, it's like success to you has always seemed a little bit out of reach. You haven't been able to fully sit back and immerse yourself in the joy of what you have achieved. And I think in terms of the legacy you're creating, that's going to be changing for you. You're not going to be feeling that lack. And with the Ten of Pentacles being very much about legacy, this could talk about generational wealth, whether it's literally creating material opportunities for yourself that will allow you to provide for a family for years to come, or whether it's about breaking those cycles of generational issues to create a more abundant space for your future children or grandchildren even, whatever it may be. It's like you and whoever you're going to be surrounding yourself with have this opportunity to just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor, that kind of thing. And you're going to persevere. With this Seven of Pentacles, there's going to come a time where once you're able to fully release some of these ideas that you've been holding on to that aren't serving you, you're going to have so much more motivation to go after your goals. And it's not in like a flippant sort of whatever, I'll just go ahead with it kind of way. It's like you are fully invested in your long-term future with this. You are committed to diligently working towards something and creating sustainable results, long-lasting results. And I think it's almost like you've done a lot of that work in your head already, because there's been this frustration of like people not believing in you, and in turn maybe you not fully believing in yourself. And at times you've tried to talk yourself out of going after the things you really want to go after, because maybe you've momentarily thought like, this person was right, it's not going to lead to success, it's not a good idea, it's not going to make money. And at times you've thought like, maybe I'll never make money with this, or maybe this isn't my true path, whatever the case may be. But it's like, because you've been so harsh on yourself in terms of putting your own ideas down, or if other people have been harsh with you in that way, it's made you really focus on the things you practically need to do to push forward and get where you need to be. It's like you've done your research, and this isn't going to be something you're just going after on a whim. It's something you've been planning. Yes, you've been daydreaming about it, but you've also been considering the logistics, what it would take to get from A to B. And maybe you've even sort of looked at your competition, if that applies. You've looked at peers sort of doing this, and that might go back to what we said in the Oracle, but it's like you've been noting how they have got where they are. And on the one hand, this can be a positive thing, because looking at your competitors or your peers in whatever field you're in can be helpful in terms of you having realistic expectations. But at the same time, I do think you need that little bit of a reminder that it's very much okay for your journey to look different to theirs. And you having a point of reference doesn't mean you have to do things exactly the same way as them. You can take bits and pieces of advice to allow you to kind of establish yourself when it comes to working on your own projects. But if you're called to go in a different direction that aligns more with you, and you're called to try something else rather than just like a step-by-step following another person's lead, then you should allow your intuition to guide you, because their procedure doesn't have to be your procedure. It's okay to almost use them as like a mentor or a starting off point. But if it's leading you to become down on yourself when you're not seeing the exact same results or progress, that could just be a sign that like you've got what you need from them, but you're needing to go your own way now and really listen to what your soul has been telling you. And I think, with the imagery on this card, a big part of this is you understanding that you've already come so far. If progress feels stagnant, it doesn't mean it's time to throw in the towel and admit defeat. Like we said, a lot of those thoughts might be coming from limiting beliefs that have been imposed on you. It just means maybe it's time to reassess and acknowledge that you have had many successes. And this is a little bit of a fork in the road, but it doesn't have to define your whole trajectory. It's just time to maybe look at things from a fresh perspective and kind of regroup in a way. But yeah, a big part of your legacy is you really thinking about your long-term contentment. Maybe this is something that pushes you to do something aligned with your soul. Because if you just go down the route that maybe other people want you to please them or to try to live up to expectations, you realize that it's never going to make you feel fully happy or whole. And I feel like you deserve to prioritize your happiness. It might feel like you're weathering some hardship right at this moment if you're not currently seeing the rewards for your hard work, but perseverance is key, and I think that is really something that you're learning. So I want to talk about this Death card and this Queen of Wands together, because these are such beautiful cards for you to get specifically, Pal 1. I just think that you're going to be transforming in so many beautiful ways over the course of your life, and I would be very surprised if you hadn't undergone some of these transitional periods already. And can we please just address that if you're still shaking your head, because I think some of you are like, well, I'm still stuck in the same place, or I'm still not getting what I want right now. And I think you need to take a minute there just to really assess what you have accomplished that you never thought possible, and really sit with that and actually take the time to feel proud of yourself. Because I feel like that's just something you don't do. Feeling proud of yourself, you might find it uncomfortable or feel like it's just too self-indulgent or something like that. But I get this sense that you've never been allowed to feel truly good or satisfied with yourself. You maybe haven't ever had someone being around you offering you that praise or really reminding you how far you've come. So I just want to be that person for you right now and tell you that I'm proud of you and that I think you should be very proud of yourself. And if you have to write things down that you've achieved in your life to remind you, then please do that. Push past the embarrassment, push past how cringy it feels for you to put that in writing. Nobody else needs to see it, it's for you. And that is the whole point in this. These changes you're making need to truly be for you in order to create your legacy. And when I say accomplishments, I'm not talking about the kind of accomplishments that people in your life made you believe were the only kinds of things that are worthy. I'm talking about all those small things that have added up and are adding up and will add up more over time to help you transform into who you were always meant to be. So, if you have social anxiety and you struggle to leave your house, this could be about the time you went out and did your shopping on your own. If you're a people pleaser who feels like you always say yes to everything, this could be about that one time you stood up for yourself and set a boundary or you said no. This could be about the way you have become independent in terms of distancing yourself from people who aren't good for you. It doesn't have to be any of these specific examples, but all I'm saying is it's not just about the things that are dramatic and life changing. We can have many different smaller deaths over time, and they come from even the tiniest of actions. We shed our old skin a little more each and every time we do something that aligns with that newer version of us or the version we want to be. So don't underplay what you have done and what you are doing and what you will go on to do, even if other people in your life have underplayed it and made you feel like you aren't special. But with this death card, it's very scorpionic, plutonic, that kind of energy coming through. So you do have so much power and potential to change yourself and the world around you. You might have to burn these old beliefs about who you are to the ground in order to do that, but you are more than capable of doing it. You've been doing it already. Even if you're not feeling like the very best version of yourself right now, you have come far, and there's going to be times in your future where you look back at this version of you and you're going to feel so grateful for him or for her because of all that it took to become who you are at that point on that timeline. And this person you are now did that. They're doing that like you're doing that. I think you really need to understand that, part one. This future version of you who feels so out of reach, didn't just wake up one day and flip their life around. It's going to take time, it's going to take practice, it's going to take patience, and sometimes it's going to feel like you're back where you started. But one day you will have this realization that you are this far off version. You've always been them, you've always had it in you, but it might take 100 death and rebirth cycles to get there. And when that realization dawns on you, you are going to feel so much more sure of yourself. With this Queen of Wands, you're going to be known as someone who is not afraid to speak their mind and live as the most authentic version of themselves. You're going to be someone who is known for having the courage to go after what you truly want. A part of your legacy involves you being courageous and brave and doing a lot of the things you were once scared to do. It's about you having the confidence to trust yourself even when it feels like in the past others haven't trusted you. It's like your sense of self-belief is going to be infallible. And I think that it's the little things you do, the small changes you make, and the steps you take over time that allow you to reach that place in a bigger way. Because there was one time you'd say to yourself, I'd never do XYZ, I could never do that. But you proving to yourself you can do that one thing allows you to consider the other things you are very much capable of. And at that point, it's like you're unstoppable because you've already proved so many people wrong by doing what you're doing. I think you're going to be known as someone who is decisive and who takes action, and you might be known as somebody who has a lot of significant social connections or someone who is particularly good at making those connections. And that might surprise you. Like, if you are somebody who's introverted or anything like that, you might not see that as part of your journey right now. You might have thought that you aren't charismatic or you aren't charming, but you are, and it's very much coming through as part of your legacy and the person you're becoming. You might have lacked confidence before because you weren't around the right people who could meet you where you're at. You're never going to feel confident around people who are on a different wavelength to you and who aren't capable of communicating in the same way you are. You're never going to feel your best around shallow people who lack that sense of understanding. But I feel like once you find your voice and you stop making you and your voice smaller to appease those people, it's like other individuals who align with you on more of that soul level will want to flock to you because they'll hear you, they'll see you, and they'll inspire more of this sense of confidence. You know exactly what to say when you're placed in front of the right audience is very much something I'm getting. You're becoming a person who will be feeling so much more optimistic because you'll feel like you've found your place in the world. You might also become a person who starts to have much more energy because you're finding yourself less drained when you don't have to mask who you are. You're going to be someone who is known for doing what it takes to meet their goals and life purpose, and it's not coming from a place of pleasing anyone. It's coming from a place of true, genuine, authentic passion. And you will also very much be known as somebody who stands out from the crowd and who's not afraid of doing things their own way. So that is what I'm getting for your tarot reading, pile one. We are nearly done. We are just going to finish with a little bit of closing advice from the Shine Oracle. So let's have a look at the card we pulled for you, pile one. Okay, pile one. We have got your reality is a reflection of your inner world. Okay, so I feel like this is going to be kind of stating the obvious, pile one. But for your closing advice, I want to encourage you to really take note of what your inner world looks like right now and whether you feel like there are any small changes you could be making to put you on this path of becoming that future version of you and creating this legacy. This might include you observing the kinds of thoughts you are experiencing, acknowledging what you are spending the most time thinking about through a lens of neutrality. Not to shame yourself, but to decipher whether or not your energy would be better spent elsewhere. And I know sometimes you're going to have days or periods of time generally where something bad happens or a series of bad events occur simultaneously, and it feels impossible to reframe your thoughts because they're overwhelming, and that is a normal part of the human experience. Nobody can think 100% positively 100% of the time. You can do the right thing and bad things can still happen to you, and you're allowed to feel shitty about them. You're allowed to cry and wallow and feel your feelings, but I think this is about not letting those moments define you and make you feel a certain kind of way about your character. And what I mean by that is like, you not convincing yourself due to other people's projections or due to your own insecurities that because a bad thing has happened to you, that means you deserve bad things to happen to you. So if you're working on something and you're not seeing progress and other people are, and you're sad about that, it's allowing yourself time to feel that sadness so that you can get over it. But it's not saying, well, I guess they got it and I didn't because I'm not good at this or I'm not worthy. Because when we tell ourselves those things and we start to believe them, it's easier for those things to become a reality. It becomes habit for us to stay stuck in an energy where our material world reflects that mindset, because that mindset isn't motivating us into any healthier behaviors. And I do just want to reiterate that this is a very safe space and there are no judgments, because I think many of us have been trapped in negative thought patterns, but if you're looking around at your external world right now and you're not feeling it, like if it's not the vibe, if you're in the same pajama bottoms you've worn for a week with unwashed hair and empty coffee cups or takeout boxes or something like that, then this isn't encouraging you to be like, wow, like I guess I'm a failure then. This is encouraging you to understand that you are the most powerful person in your life and that you do have the capacity to change anything at any time. And maybe you do need some time to rot in bed and have a cry and not wash your hair. Maybe that's part of the process, but when you're done with that, you have the autonomy to change that situation. You don't have to stay stuck in it forever. It does not have to become a part of you. And if you have been going through that hard time and you are trying to get out of it, but you're finding that a little bit challenging, and it's not about being that person who, as one example, like one day you spend all day crying in bed surrounded by takeout boxes, to then suddenly doing a 5K run at 6 a.m. the next day. That's not sustainable and it's not realistic. Sometimes making those small changes, like just washing your hair or just moving 2 of your empty coffee cups, is enough. Sometimes it's all you can do, and that's okay. The tiny changes are just as important as the bigger ones on this journey. You feeling stuck in a rut internally, externally, or both doesn't have to define you, and you can make those little changes at any time. Even if it's just one small thing that's in your control, you have the power to do it, and you do not have to give any of that power away by telling yourself that you don't deserve it or that you're not worthy. So that is what I'm getting for you, pal one. I really, really hope you enjoyed this reading. If you did like the reading, please, if possible, give me a little like, give me a comment if you get a chance, let me know what resonated. And if you haven't done so already, please subscribe. All of that would mean the absolute world to me, and I would just appreciate it so, so much. Thank you for being here, pal one, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, pile two collective. If you chose pile 2 and you chose the Blooming Cat Tarot and the Buff Hen sticker, you're in the right place. Welcome to your reading, friends. As usual, this reading will be split up into 2 main sections, your oracle reading and then your tarot reading. Please use the oracle reading as an energy check for confirmation that you've chosen the right pile. This reading today is all about what you will be known for and who you are becoming. It's about your potential, your legacy, the life you are creating for yourself, and the things that might be either helping you or holding you back in terms of this. If you would like a full reading breakdown, please check out the introduction, but without any further hesitation, let's have a look at the cards we pulled for you, pal 2. So I'm just going to pop the tarot to one side for now so we can focus on your oracle. This card right here, we are going to look at that towards the end of the oracle reading. This is from the Rose Oracle, and I'm hoping that this card will represent your overarching energy in terms of who you are becoming. So we are going to look at the cards here, and then we are going to look at this one towards the end. But let's have a look at what we pulled for you, pal 2, in terms of you and your energy right now. Okay, so I've got superpowers. Interesting. We've got number 36, Gratitude, Pink Rose. We have got number 52, Scarab Beetle Spirit, Magic Works Through You. And from the Earth Alchemy, we have got the Diamond Ray, Diamond Light Body, High Frequency Activations, Planetary Grid Work. So as I did in pile 1, I'm actually going to start off by reading about the Diamond Ray card from the Earth Alchemy guidebook, just to give us a little bit of confirmation and clarity. Okay, the Diamond Ray, Diamond Light Body. This is a focus card, here to suggest that you sit with the Diamond Ray and move it through your body to heal yourself and the land. Its light extends outside of you and your heart to the Earth's grids, where it will be received in love. Just as the many facets of a diamond contribute to its strength and beauty, you are asked to focus on the many facets of your soul and the strength and beauty within you. The Diamond Ray is a high vibrational energy that can cleanse and purify parts of the soul, while instantaneously lifting you up in love as you cleanse yourself of any negative thought patterns, conditioning, and programming received through past lives. The Diamond Ray is the pure and clear light of Source and exists throughout all planes and dimensions of reality. It is present within all rays to a certain degree. It emanates 3 expressions of itself: black, its polar counterpart, which holds space within the void, where formation begins; gold, the masculine manifest of the divine, which holds the space and provides the fundamental matter for creation; and silver, the feminine manifest of the divine, which enriches and activates what is created. Each of these examinations are a strong ray to work with in themselves, with different qualities. Invoking the Diamond Ray, repeat the following out loud 3 times. I am centered in the Diamond Ray of light. The Diamond Ray of light is anchored within the earth. I am the Diamond Ray and it is me. I am the earth and she is me. Together we stand, united are we. You send pulses and waves of love out through you, connecting in diamond infinity loops around the planet. Pure love is circulating and flowing. It is this love that heals all. Take a few moments to be in this vision, to feel the light pulsing through and out of you, feeling that connection to the earth and her core. So before we dive a little deeper into that particular message that we just read, I want to address another strong message that's coming through when it comes to you and your energy, pal 2. But what I'm basically getting when I look at this card is that you are this diamond, and I keep getting the phrase diamond in the rough. And so with that, I'm feeling like you have always been incredibly special and unique and difficult to come by, because now I'm getting that lyric in my head. I think it's from a Lily Allen song. I can't remember what the song is called, but she is singing about diamonds, and there's some kind of line in there that says something like, I heard people die while they're trying to find them, and that's like your energy. I think it's The Fear. I think it is The Fear. I think that's the song. Let me know if I'm right or wrong if you know that song. But yeah, that's basically like your energy. Basically, I'm getting that people could go their whole lives, essentially, never coming across anyone like you who has what you have to offer. You're that 1 in a million person. People could spend their time searching and searching for you, even in other people, and they might not ever come across anyone on your specific frequency or wavelength ever again. But something I'm getting is that you have been projecting this light outwardly, but for some of you, you haven't felt appreciated. It's felt like you haven't been surrounded by people who are genuinely grateful for this energy and what you have to give. I'm getting something about you putting your energy into the wrong places or people. And so I think a big part of your legacy and what you will be known for has something to do with you using some of that light and spreading some of that light into things that are truly deserving of it, and in ways where you can genuinely make a difference. because whatever you're putting your energy into, whether it's specific places or people or opportunities, it's like whoever is on the other end of that light is truly ready to receive it. And that might not be something that you're currently experiencing right now, because sometimes, you know, you spent your time on things that felt like a lost cause. There's this sense of like you couldn't get through to certain people, or they just weren't able to understand you or match your frequency. So a part of what you will be known for is somebody that people and that this world is truly grateful for, with that gratitude coming through as well. And that might be surprising to you, you know, if you've been feeling recently like you're throwing yourself wholeheartedly into a person or thing and you're not getting anything back. You might not feel like people express true gratitude for all that you have to offer. Maybe they don't see your vision. I don't know why, but I'm getting the phrase see your vision or something like that. And it makes it hard for you to truly shine when whatever around you isn't giving you anything to reflect off of. And I don't know why I want to say that phrase, but there could be something here about you finding your tribe and that being part of your legacy, you being known as part of a community who really gets you and who you can actually collaborate with. Because when I got that phrase, like diamond in the rough, it just makes me think of maybe in the past the people who you have surrounded yourself with. It's like you weren't even operating on similar levels. You maybe couldn't articulate yourself in a way that made sense to anyone because they couldn't access that frequency. It's like you knew what you wanted to say in your head, but you didn't feel like you could get through to people. There was this lack of connection with certain people. And to an extent, it's like you underplayed some of your gifts, or you didn't live up to your full potential, because at certain times in your life, it was best to kind of follow the status quo to some extent than to be continually misunderstood for having certain grand plans or ideas. You maybe never had anyone who could follow your train of thought. It was too complex for them. And so you almost felt like you lowered yourself to be understood and to bond with people. But truly, you just wanted to have authentic connections and people surrounding you who you could kind of bounce ideas back and forth with. I'm getting something about maybe you being told that you were wise beyond your years, like that phrase, and always having these profound, deep, philosophical, maybe spiritual ideas and practices that you've wanted to share with people. And maybe you just haven't had the right people to share that with. So it's like you've offered good advice or you've tried to improve your life and the lives of other people with some of your ideas, and they haven't been receptive to it. They haven't appreciated the wisdom in what you had to offer. I don't know if that's going to make sense to anyone. It doesn't have to be anything on like a major scale, but one example I'm getting is like sobriety, for example. The specifics don't have to resonate. You could be practicing a sober lifestyle, but that certainly doesn't have to be the case. I'm just using this example to demonstrate the sort of feeling that I mean. And this example for me hit personally, and this probably applies to many other places, but if you're from the UK, there's a huge issue with binge drinking culture here, particularly among teens and young adults, and particularly in working class areas. I am personally from a working class area. I've always been in a working class area. I grew up in a working class area, and myself and many people I knew were drinking pretty heavily, or more heavy than what we should have done, from around the ages of like 12 to 13. For some, it's a little younger, for some, it's a little bit older, but this is a very common thing. I think a lot of people generally grew up with this being normalised. Like, you and your friends would get your hands on the cheapest bottle of whatever alcohol you could find, drink as much of it as you could, and you'd go and have fun and pass out on a park somewhere in the middle of nowhere. I did this. A lot of my friends did this. It was just normal. Like, there was nothing better to do. We couldn't afford to do much else. So let's get drunk on the park. So it's something a lot of us just grew up with. It became this habit. And sometimes this is a habit that people don't really question. They're just embroiled in this culture from an early age, and they don't always assess, like, is this good for me? Like, is this what I want to be doing? And I'm not in any way trying to demonize anyone who drinks. I still drink myself sometimes. I still go out. I still get hangovers. But when I reached my, I'd say like mid-20s for me, I definitely made steps towards drinking much less, because I came to the conclusion that drinking often worsened some of my mental health issues, my anxiety. That's just for me personally. So although sometimes I do like to drink and go on nights out, I put more emphasis on engaging in other activities with my friends that don't solely focus on drinking. So in this example, it could be that, like, let's say you've tried to do something similar in the past, you've decided to drink less or to stop drinking. Again, doesn't have to be this specific thing, but it's some belief system that you've discovered that you want to like move towards, but you haven't had people around you who were incredibly supportive of that. And maybe you weren't saying to your friends like you have to stop drinking as well, but it could be like because you've discovered the benefits of engaging or disengaging from a certain thing, an activity, a belief. So in this instance, it's the drinking. Maybe you've said to your friends, like, I don't feel great after I drink. I find that I'm less anxious or I'm more confident when I don't do it. Maybe we could decenter always going out and getting drunk as the thing to do. Maybe we could try a different hobby like rock climbing, or maybe we could go on a run, or maybe we could go and do a spiritual retreat or something. Whatever it is, you've tried to explore something else. But it's like the people who you tried to share that with maybe didn't see the merit in what you were saying. They shut you down, or they called you weird, or they were like, what's the point in that? I'd just rather go drinking. Let's just, stick to what we know. So you tried to spread your light in some way, and they kind of pulled you back into the darkness. So maybe to an extent that kind of made you give up on sharing some of your thoughts. So maybe you kind of lowered yourself by not prioritizing what you wanted to do, and instead just being like, well, fuck it, I guess I'll just drink. I guess that I'll go out because these are my friends and that's what they want to do. And if I want to fit in, I'm just going to have to get with it. This is their culture, it's what they do, so I might as well just adapt to it. Knowing at a deep level that that's not really what you wanted to do or who you wanted to be, but it was like the only thing you could do at that time. And I know I keep saying it, but it doesn't have to be with alcohol. It can be in terms of whatever this person or this group around you did or thought or believed. It's like when you tried to put them onto a new way of thinking, you would be put down. So you would suppress who you really were. It's something along those lines. It doesn't have to be friends. It could be like family or an ex-partner or something like that. Like you wanted to change something and they didn't. So maybe you're not happy with some of the ways you may have forced yourself to conform a little more in the past, and you feel as though you haven't been able to allow your true value to show, your best qualities to shine. You might have even battled some worthiness wounds of feeling like your past actions make you lesser. But one thing I'm getting, pal, to is the value in a diamond isn't going down. It's going up and up and up. It only increases. And also, diamonds are known as the hardest natural substance. They're tough, they're resilient. I think you are going to be known for that, because right now you might feel like you've been made lesser, but you're only growing in value, and you get to decide your value as well, nobody else. And as you're willing to step into more of who you are, you might feel like put downs from other people have had an impact on you, but a diamond can only be scratched by another diamond. These other things or people haven't left a mark on you. You're not permanently scratched or stained by whatever it was you did in your past or who you were then. Some of you need to hear that message if you are battling some of those wounds. But yeah, I really do think a part of your legacy will be finding this sort of soul tribe who you can really connect with, who you can share ideas with freely and express yourself with. Because the thing is, when you spend a long time knowing at this deep level that you're different or that you'll never find somebody who truly gets you, it can make you feel so lonely and so unappreciated. But one message I'm getting is that there are many different kinds of diamonds out there. And I even read that they can come in all different colours of the rainbow. So it's like a rainbow comes after the rain, but it's not impossible for you to find it. Whether it's one special person or a whole tribe, I'm getting that you can find these people in unexpected places, millions of miles apart, a person or people who don't make you feel like you have to undermine your own gifts. They're out there, even if you have to kind of like weather the storm to get to them. And I'm getting that a part of you becoming who you are is being surrounded by those people who are truly grateful for you and value your presence in their lives, and who you are genuinely grateful for too. It's not like, oh, I'm stuck giving my everything to this partner who doesn't appreciate me or pull their weight, or I'm not stuck with this group of friends who I don't really align with, but they're all I've got. It's like you're going to have this very true, genuine, authentic, unconditional love and connection. A person or people where you both see each other's potential and everyone gets the chance to shine. People who will give you your flowers, give you your roses like you deserve. Because I'm feeling for many of you somewhere along the way, whether it's because of people underestimating you, not seeing your value, or whether it's due to you feeling like your actions aren't aligning with who you are at a soul level, somewhere down the line you've forgotten how powerful you are. And you've reduced these powers that you have to, I'm just this or I'm just that, when in actuality these skills and talents that you possess could be used for so much more than what you're currently giving yourself credit for. And I don't know whether it's because there's this element of you maybe investing in the wrong people or the wrong places, but there's this message of you like trying to extend your light outwards, but whatever it is you're throwing that light out at wants to stay in the dark. But I'm hearing that your light could go much further than where it currently is. Don't use up all your energy lighting up candles in a room where somebody is just running around putting all the flames out before they get a chance to create any warmth. And I'm going to say it like, with the magic works through you and I've got superpowers cards coming through, you are my pile of mystics without a doubt. You are my creatives, my innovators. You're the people with profound ideas. I would not be surprised if many of you were psychic, like you have the gift of foresight, of knowing. Maybe you have predictive dreams, or you are tarot readers or in the spiritual community in some way yourself. And I'm guessing if you are open to listening to a reading like this, then you are probably open-minded to the idea of tarot and things like that. But it doesn't have to be that your legacy is in a specifically spiritual field or anything like that. That will apply to some of you, but it doesn't have to all of you. But it's still important to know that you have these gifts. But yeah, if you're not into like doing a woo-woo thing yourself, it could just be that you are an intuitive in whatever way that means to you. And you use that to cultivate your legacy by aligning yourself with a path that allows you to showcase those skills. Part of your legacy and who you are becoming could be to do with you adapting your intuition and your understanding and empathy and using those things to carve out a path for you in this material world. So any career that involves being in touch with the human psyche in some way could be a route you choose to go down. And that can be anything from being a tarot reader and energy healer to being a detective, understanding those darker aspects of the human mind, or working with the public generally, social work, teaching, using these gifts to connect. You could be fantastic at things like influencing or marketing because you are able to so succinctly be in touch with all aspects of the human experience. You could have even been told you have a good sense of intuition before, like you just know things or you pick up on vibes, and it's kind of inexplicable, but it's almost like you have this magical secret knowledge. But your legacy is also one of creation. It's about focusing and harnessing all your ideas and bringing something tangible into fruition. And some of you, the intentions are there, but you've been putting it into the wrong place. I'm getting like, you can't foster your creation in the wrong environment. And it's also making me think of the symbolic representation of beetles when they like roll up balls of debris and then they bury them underground as a food source. They lay their eggs in it. And historically, this ball can be seen as symbolic of the world. So it's like you have all this potential of creating this big, beautiful world. But at the moment, the energy feels like you're not protecting it because you're giving bits of debris out to feed other people, but not yourself. And whatever or whoever you're trying to feed might not be appreciating it. And maybe you've been burying your eggs or your ideas in the wrong environment. So they haven't been really given the space to grow and bloom. But you have the power, you have the world at your fingertips. You just need to find the fertile soil. If you've ever been the kind of person who's been made to feel like your ideas are strange or weird in the past, it's because you've not found a solid home for your vision. But that doesn't mean that your ideas aren't worth exploring. They absolutely are. I think sometimes you can kind of get lost in your own head or carried away with your own thoughts and they feel sort of ungrounded or there's too many different things going through your mind. It's a lot of air energy coming through, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. It doesn't have to apply, but your thoughts aren't just useless. Like, you're a conduit. You've been gifted with some of these ideas for a reason. And there's a place for them, and that's something that's very much part of your legacy. It's discovering that. And with this scarab beetle, firstly, beetle jewelry or crystals associated with them could be significant to you if you wanted to look that up. Maybe ancient Egyptian symbolism or something like that. But also, when I look at this card, I keep wanting to mispronounce scarab as sacred. Like, I keep wanting to say sacred beetle, but I think rather than that just being a mispronunciation, it says something about your energy being sacred. But it's like you need to start treating it like it's sacred in order for you to become who you are meant to be. So let's unveil this Rose Oracle card so we can have a look at the overarching energy in terms of who you are becoming at pile 2. Okay, we have got Plant Yourself Here, Integration, Embodiment, and Grounded Action. So with this Plant Yourself Here card, pile 2, I'm getting that a big part of your legacy is you learning to not allow yourself to get pulled in all different directions when deep down that is something you know isn't for your highest good. A part of your legacy is you aligning yourself with fertile ground, doing the things that truly nourish you and your growth, planting seeds of potential and remembering to actually water them. I don't know why I'm getting this, but one sort of analogy I'm receiving right now, and this could be you, it could be that you love to surround yourself with plants and nature, like just with the imagery on this card. Greenery of some kind could be significant, the colour green. But maybe like in the past when you've had plants, it could be that you've neglected to water them or something like that. So you've had to buy fake plants or whatever. Maybe it's like you get these plants to decorate your house with the best intentions, but then you get pulled this other way. Suddenly there's an emergency and you have to leave and go and stay somewhere else. So your little plants that you wanted to nurture, that you needed to take care of for them to grow, they've been forgotten about because you've had to put your all into something else. You've been pulled away from what you wanted to do. And it doesn't have to be that that has literally happened. This can be used more metaphorically, but it's like maybe your self-care, your ability to look after yourself, engaging with your hobbies has in the past been put to one side because you've extended so much of your time and energy towards other things and people. It's been like, well, this person needs me, I have to go and see them in whatever way that applies. Like you've just dropped everything to go and do something else. And it's meant that the seeds your soul has been wanting to plant have kind of been abandoned. They haven't been given that room to grow. It doesn't have to be another person, it can be anything, but that's the overarching message that I'm getting. And it's going to be different things for different people. I obviously can't comment on individual circumstances, but for some of you, this pull towards other things and people might have been something that was out of your control, like you had an obligation to care for another person, maybe an older relative or a child or someone with a disability. It was your responsibility and that has had to take priority, but it's meant that you've been burnt out, you've been exhausted, you've spent so much time taking care of someone else that you've forgotten what it's like to be able to focus on you. For others of you, this could be more of a personal boundaries issue. Like, technically, you didn't have to constantly run to this person. It wasn't really your responsibility, but you felt like it was. You did it because you felt like you could help them. I'm getting the phrase like when people say, I can fix him. It doesn't have to be a romantic interest. It could be like family, friends, colleagues, people in your life who no longer really aligned with you. But it's like they always had some kind of drama going on. They always needed you in some way and put a lot on you, and you felt like you had to go to tend to them, and it took up a lot of your attention. But in either one of these scenarios, or whether it's something different entirely, I'm getting that a big part of your legacy is you actually being able to dedicate time and space to yourself. So if you do actually have to care for another person and that takes up a lot of your time, it's like in this future timeline, some of that pressure is in some way going to be alleviated. Something could be taken off your plate in a way. This could be via accessing more external support. It could be this person becoming more self-sufficient in cases where that could apply. But this is going to give you the time and energy to think about where you really want to plant your seeds. But if this is the case of you needing to establish firmer boundaries, I very much see that happening for you also. I think the person you're becoming is someone who doesn't feel bad about investing in themselves. And that might mean saying no to people, not feeling pressured to do things that you don't really want to do, feeling truly in alignment with yourself and your own belief system, and kind of being unshakable in that, not bowing down to peer pressure or giving into people-pleasing tendencies. You're going to be becoming this really balanced, grounded person who always has kind of this safe center to return to. I'm also getting that you're going to be someone who will feel more alive in the present moment. We did get a lot of air energy coming through, and it could be that in the past you struggled with your thoughts running away with you, your brain going a million miles an hour, anxiety over the future and things like that. That could be something you're experiencing. It could be that you've always had these profound ideas, but you've never felt able to make them a reality, to put pen to paper and bring your thoughts into the material world. And that is something you're changing, and it's a big part of your legacy. It's like you're going to be believing in the power of your thoughts, and you're going to be understanding that you've been gifted with these creative ideas for a reason. So there's going to be a lot of grounded action in terms of you bringing these things into the world. Overall, who you are becoming is someone who is very much in an earthy energy. You still have that air, you still have your head up in the clouds when it comes to your imagination and ideas, but you can also put in the consistent work to make whatever's in your head materialize outwardly. I think that's the new thing that's going to be happening for you. And this could apply particularly if you do have earth placements in your chart, but you've always felt kind of ungrounded or like you don't relate to those placements. This could be you almost growing into those placements and stepping into a more mature, grown-up, self-sufficient energy. Even if you don't have earth in your chart, it's you tapping into that earthy energy to create opportunities. That's something I see as a big part of your legacy. I'm getting like not just thinking about it, but actually doing it, remaining persistent, remaining focused. And now I'm getting very demure, very mindful. I don't know why. So maybe that's what it is, like you becoming more mindful, very demure, and just, operating in this more Mother Earthy energy. I want to say like Mother Earthy energy. There's something coming through about that. But that is what I'm getting for the oracle portion of your reading, pal 2. We are about to move along to the tarot, so please bear with me and we'll get started with that. Hi, pal 2 collective. Welcome back to the tarot portion of your reading. Without hesitation, let's get started and have a look at the cards we pulled for you. Okay, pile 2. We have got Strength. We've got the Hierophant reversed. We have got the Seven of Swords. We have got the Five of Cups. We have got the Ace of Swords. We've got Judgment. We have got the King of Swords. We've got the Empress. We have got the Queen of Pentacles. And we have got the High Priestess. Okay, pal 2. Let me make sure everything's in frame. Very powerful energy coming through, pile 2. So with this Strength card, on most decks, the Strength card depicts this woman. On here, it's a cat, but it's usually this woman taming a lion. But the thing about Strength, and one big message that I'm getting for you in your reading today, pal 2, is like Strength isn't about using brute force to get somebody to do something your way. The woman on this card hasn't tied the lion up. She hasn't tranquilized it. She's not physically stronger than this lion, but she has this gift of gentle persuasion. She has influence. Her compassion makes her strong. And that is the person you are becoming, pal 2, because your words have so much power and you might not even be realizing this. But a part of your legacy could be influencing people in some way. It could be influencing in the online world. I know whenever we use that word nowadays, that's what immediately pops into our heads. However, it does not have to be. People have had an ability to influence long before the internet. The internet has just allowed us a platform to utilize that gift. So take it in whatever way it means to you. But I think the overall message is that you're going to be using your gift of compassion and empathy and understanding of people to better the collective, to better people's lives in a way. And I think because you're going to be remaining more strong and firm in your boundaries, you're going to be allowing yourself the time and space to do this and truly have an impact. It could be that you're putting yourself out there in a courageous way, doing some form of public speaking, but I think whatever you have to say or whatever it is you do, it has the potential to be very inspiring and motivational, and I think people will be grateful to connect with you. And I want to say, like, hear your story. I know that might only apply to a couple of people, but it's like people will be so glad they found you, that they came across you. Your legacy could be something to do with persuading people to better their lives, some kind of self-help, or even, encouraging people to leave bad situations, or even something to do with helping people be physically fit and strong, something within the gym or fitness realm. It can be many different things, but it's like you almost had practice with this in a way. Like, before you make a legacy out of this, there have been times in your life where you've tried to help someone better themselves, you've tried to change somebody's situation, but that person hadn't wanted to change, they haven't wanted to do the work. Thus, it's felt like your investments have been kind of put in the wrong place. But that's going to change for you as part of this legacy. You're going to be so much stronger as you step more into this power. So with this Hierophant reversed, a part of your legacy involves you creating this life for yourself where you have completely detached from conforming to anyone else's idea of what you should and shouldn't be. And you are accessing this level of personal freedom that not only acts as part of your awakening, but it also has the potential to awaken and motivate and create change for others. This person who you are becoming is somebody who is able to break the chains of cultural conditioning in some way. I'm getting a specific example, but for some of you, this might involve speaking or writing or generally talking about escaping religious or spiritual indoctrination. It's about leaving behind a toxic belief system, whether it be religious or cultural. It was something that was holding you back, and in some instances, a part of your legacy could be inspiring others to do the same. It could either be on a small scale or a much larger scale. It could be that you literally have a platform talking openly about this, and people who were, let's say, like brought up in a similar way to you and who were also questioning things, they are grateful that they have someone like you who is willing to put yourself out there and discuss these matters. They're thankful they have someone to relate to and someone who can guide them through this process. Some of you could have been brought up with a very strict upbringing due to a particular set of beliefs imposed on you, and it's like a part of your legacy is undergoing this process whereby you have to work through attachments to this old belief system. You have to sort of question everything and figure out who you really want to be. Because maybe it's like you put all your energy into one thing, because within the boundaries of that particular religious or cultural construct, other options would be off limits to you. That's how it felt at the time. So you didn't think investing in yourself and your highest potential was worth it. But a part of you becoming this future version of you involves some kind of reassessment of all of that in whichever way it applies. But regardless of whether or not you're going to have an actual platform, or whether you're just going to be guiding or counseling people on a much smaller scale, it's like you have this tremendous power to influence people into becoming that better version of themselves because you've been through it. So for a very, very small minority, this could be helping people with some form of cult indoctrination. Not quite as extreme, but when I say cult, the thing that popped into my head was like MLMs. It could be calling out MLM schemes and discouraging people from investing their finances into things that aren't going to be good for them, something like that. I know that's on a much smaller scale and not like a cult, but some of the tactics used in MLMs, if you watch any of that kind of content of people covering those topics, some of the tactics aren't dissimilar to those which are used in cult settings. It could be in terms of gender roles, for example. If you're a woman and you were brought up to believe that your purpose on this earth was to be a wife and mother, and that is not something you want, or even if you do want that, but you also want to do something else, this could be about you empowering yourself to do that without shame, without judgment, and encouraging other people to do the same if that's something they want. Or like, for example, if you were brought up to believe that divorce is wrong, there's never a reason to divorce, this could relate to releasing a sense of shame over a relationship or marriage ending, over having to cut people off, over having to get a divorce if necessary, and maybe allowing other people who were brought up similarly to you to understand that it's okay. And I just want to say, I know most of us who enter relationships or get married take that very seriously, regardless of personal beliefs. And I don't think anyone enters a commitment wanting to believe that divorce is an option. I'm not saying it's a positive thing. I know the impact divorce has on a family as a whole, and I'm not getting into a debate about that. However, what I will say is that divorce or separation is often the lesser of two evils. And I know you know that if you were raised in an environment where the relationship between your caregivers was rife with dysfunction and emotional abuse and constant conflict, but your caregivers were adamant that staying together for the kids is the best thing. I'm saying it's not. Children pick up on things. They learn a lot about relationships through the relationships they see modeled for them. Parents who stay together when they shouldn't can be just as harmful to children as divorce. I will die on this hill. Amicable separation can be better for the family as a whole. Although I realise not all separations are amicable, and I understand there's nuance to that, as a whole, that is my belief. I don't know if I needed to say that for someone who is currently struggling, reconciling with that thought. Maybe someone is feeling ashamed or they've been made to feel bad for wanting a separation. I keep hearing what about the kids for somebody, so that might just be something that one person in this pile needs to know. So if that's you, and I think this particular message is probably, like I said, just for one or two individuals, but if that's you, please know that the best thing you can do for your children is by doing right by you. And if that means leaving a situation, as long as you feel safe to do so, then please do it and never ever second guess whether it was the right thing. You know in your heart whether something is right or not. But if you've been worried about judgment from other people or whether you are making the right decision, just know that things can get so much better for you when you make the changes you need to make. And ultimately, if you do have dependents, they would only ever want to see you happy and thriving. I'm also getting the phrase like, you tried so hard and you did everything you could, but that you can't change someone, and you really can't. If someone isn't willing to change, then they won't change. You have to do right by yourself. I keep getting that, so that was a message for someone, but overall, a part of your legacy is you becoming unapologetically you and finally feeling free, feeling like you can express yourself and not be ashamed for it, feeling like you can adhere to your personal belief system without fear of judgment, without cultural conditioning weighing you down, whether it's religious or whether it's just things that were prevalent for you growing up in a certain family situation or a certain circle of friends, like the drinking example we gave earlier. Whatever it may be, it's like part of your legacy is you escaping that. So I'm going to talk about these two cards, the Seven of Swords and the Five of Cups, together because I think they do go hand in hand. But there's this sense that you've been feeling out of alignment because you haven't yet been able to step into your full potential or show your gifts or feel free to express yourself in certain ways. And I think it kind of goes back to a little of what we were saying in the oracle, where at certain parts it felt like you had to lower yourself in some way, you've had to suppress these gifts, or not say or do what you really wanted to due to some kind of constraint or expectation placed on you. And it's almost like you've had to, yeah, like I'm getting the phrase dilute, like you had to dilute parts of yourself to fit in with this status quo. And it's like you've had to be sneaky in a way, or kind of strategic in terms of who sees that. But you're not allowed to be like fully out in the open, because the people in your life wouldn't understand, they wouldn't approve, they would judge, they wouldn't support you. So it's like every time you surround yourself with these people, you feel like you're holding back some part of you, and you can't truly connect with those around you because you don't feel safe expressing yourself. So for some of you, this could refer back to what we said about a strict religious upbringing. Maybe there's certain expectations of who you should be with romantically. For some of you in other cultures, this could even be like arranged marriage or something like that. It could be that you're questioning your religion because you no longer want to adhere to some of the traditions. Maybe you're exploring your spirituality, but perhaps like in your community, even things like tarot and learning about other religions would be frowned upon. It feels like you will be ostracized. So you're having all these realizations, but you feel like you don't have anyone to talk to about it. For some of you, it could be hiding a big part of who you are in terms of your sexuality, or just you knowing, even if it's not to do with sexuality, but you knowing that a partner you've chosen or a lifestyle you've chosen wouldn't be approved of, something like that, and you wish you had people who could understand. It could be that certain career paths or lifestyle choices are frowned upon by people in your life. Whatever specific example it is to you, it's like you're feeling like you're having to hide this big part of yourself and you don't have many people who you can share it with. You feel like a diluted version of you because you want to speak freely and have this out in the open, but the situation you're in right now, it just feels like you're not able to. I'm also getting the phrase code switching, so I don't know if that's significant to you, and that's weird. I know what that phrase means, but I haven't ever said it before, like it hasn't ever come through on a reading, but that is coming through now, something to do with code switching. But to whatever degree it is, it's like there's something about you masking one side of yourself in front of certain people, feeling like you're having to pretend, and you don't feel fully great about that. So this could be a very literal physical situation of like, if you have a partner that your parents wouldn't approve of, but you still rely on them for financial support or for a roof over your head, it could be you having to like sneak around with that person, where maybe you know your siblings, for example, can bring their partner to dinner and they can be part of the family. It's like you want that, but instead you're having to keep things very low key and sneak around. It doesn't have to be another person, but there's something you care about in your life that feels like this big secret. And it's almost crazy to keep it a secret because it's such a big part of your life, something you love, something you're passionate about, and you almost want to like shout about it from the rooftops, but you can't because you just know people wouldn't get it. So you keep quiet, but that keeps you kind of disconnected from those around you. And that's something you've been very disappointed by. You might have been like quite pessimistic about it because you're like, you know, will I ever be able to talk about this? Will I ever have people around me who truly understand? For some of you, it's like regret that you've been living so long in the shadows. I'm getting the phrase in the shadows, with your focus on other things that haven't been serving you. And some of you, it's like you're in this position where you almost feel as though it's too late. Like maybe you've discovered what you need to do recently, but you feel as though your life has already been mapped out for you. But certain things in your life have been falling apart, have been dying, have been coming loose at the seams, with these plucked flowers that are representative of those knocked over cups in the original Rider-Waite-Smith. So there's some feeling coming up of like, I poured all of the water I had into these 3 cups, and for what? The cups have still fallen over. It's this feeling of failure with something. But what I really need you to know right now, pal, too, is sometimes cups just fall over. Things get spilled and it's out of your control. You could pick up your cups and carry them so gently and so carefully and place them down, being really cautious. But if there's an earthquake, your cups are still going to fall over and spill. There's nothing you can do. What you need to acknowledge is that there are 2 upright cups of flowers right in front of you that are ready to be filled. And they can hydrate you, they can give you what you need. It's not too late for the opportunities you want, but you have to try to stop internalizing whatever happened with these spilled cups. There was no way you could have known that earthquake was coming. So I feel like a big part of you becoming this person is you realizing, all is not lost, and it's not too late to start again and put your energy into bigger and better things going forward. I also feel like you will get that strength to be truly open about who you are, and you're not going to be having to make yourself smaller, make yourself lesser, or sneak around. Coming clean and being truly open is going to be a big part of your journey that will allow so much freedom and healing to take place. And with this Ace of Swords coming through, pal, too, part of this legacy is you having this big breakthrough moment where you are able to see things clearly. It's like you're seeing the light, you're able to acknowledge situations in your life for what they truly are. And this enables you to really prioritize the things you need to prioritize, not just for someone else's benefit, but for you. In the past, maybe you felt guilty for that, depending on what you have been conditioned to believe about relationships, about friendships. I think this is you learning to be selfish in a way, but it's not selfish in the way of like you only thinking about yourself and not considering other people and the relationships in your life, because that's not you. You are a compassionate person, you do care for others, and you do want what's best for them. But I think it's the realization of like, you are not responsible for fixing absolutely everything and everyone around you, because at certain times you've carried the weight of the world on your shoulders and you felt that you have to be responsible for everything. But this is you gaining clarity on something and figuring out that actually you have your own life to live and your own passions and beliefs, and those things are very much worthy of investment. It doesn't make you a bad person to want to spend time on those things. In fact, carving time out of your day to focus on you is what's going to help you create this legacy. For some of you, this is going to be one big breakthrough, and it's going to be this big shift of like, right, I really need to move away from this situation, or I need to separate myself from this person. It's not serving me. I'm not able to freely express myself. And maybe you're physically going to be moving to a new location as part of this process, changing your environment because the one you're in right now isn't good for you, or, just creating this emotional distance, establishing firm boundaries with a person. For some of you, it's like this sudden knowing that you are in a situation where you are being mistreated or underappreciated or undervalued, and you're just not willing to spend more time and energy on it. So it's this sudden flip of like you wake up one day and you just know, you can feel that you're done. You're like, I've given all I can give, and you remove yourself from it because you realize you've put your life on hold for too long and you are not wanting to waste any more time on that. For others of you, this is going to come in the form of a series of smaller breakthroughs, and I feel like a part of your legacy is you kind of going on the journey of gaining knowledge and insight, educating yourself. Some of you could even be returning to education, or you could just be slowly learning new things over time. And it's like the more you read or study something, the more you start to feel aligned with this new version of you. Maybe this refers back to you abandoning old belief systems and slowly releasing this sense of shame and obligation in terms of whatever it is you used to believe. I think a part of this legacy is also going to be you understanding that, like, your ideas, your thoughts, they're there for a reason, and you have these gifts so you can do something important with them. That is something you're going to be coming to terms with over time. I can't even express how amazing it is that we got the Judgment card in your reading, pal, too, because this is literally about absolution. This is about releasing that sense of shame and guilt and obligation. And sometimes, we think we've detached from certain ideas or belief systems, and logically we might have done, but cultural conditioning has a big impact, and sometimes our bodies still remember and we still get that anxiety, or we experience like fight or flight mode when we're faced with experiences that make us question those ingrained beliefs. But this is you fully releasing that and stepping into your true calling, your inner calling. I also think that this has a lot to do with your relationship with the divine or with the universe, whatever it is that you believe in. And it's interesting because I do keep getting things about religion or culture coming through, and I think a big part of your legacy will be in relation to you forming a relationship with the divine that isn't based on fear or on outdated systems. It's based on true faith and love and the understanding that you are a multifaceted being. Because in the past, it's like you've had a sort of dual nature in that you've thought one side of yourself has to be kept hidden. You had to be sneaky about it. And that didn't make you feel good because you wanted to honor that side. But it's like you compartmentalized one version of you and another version of you because you didn't know how to integrate those two parts together while still remaining true to who you are, or maybe true to what was expected of you. So as a couple of examples, it could refer to like your relationship with another human, wanting to nurture and honor it in all spaces, but feeling limited with that because it will be met with disapproval. So maybe when you're in one space, for example, like you go off to college or you go to work in a different location, you can be true to that version of you. But when you go home to see the family that you grew up with, you have to hide that part. You can't showcase it. And I think you absorbed a lot of shame because it felt like you were being dishonest. You might have felt like, I'm a bad person for deceiving people, for not living in alignment, even though you were doing what you had to do. Or it's like if you are a woman, let's say, as we said earlier, and you were brought up to believe that, being a wife and mother should be your only priority. If you kind of like threw yourself into that idea or that life, but then you felt guilty because you felt called to do something else, like that one particular role didn't make you feel whole, it could be that this made you feel wrong because you weren't being fulfilled, but you had nobody to open up to in terms of that. This could also be like you being interested in spiritual practices, divination, doing tarot, because we did get a lot of messages about you having these gifts, and maybe it's something you are very talented at, but you found it difficult to truly step into the light and showcase that because you come from a family who thinks that tarot makes you bad or evil or it's demonic or something like that. I know people in certain religions hold that belief. So maybe if you've always felt called to tarot, but you've not been able to talk about it with your family, or you've had to watch tarot readings in private, like in secret, but you've kind of felt guilty for it because of this conditioning, this judgment card is showing up to kind of tell you, in this legacy, in this future timeline version of you, you are going to be free of all of that. Because one message I'm getting, pal, to is that your relationship with the divine is your relationship. It's nobody else's. Nobody else gets to dictate whether or not your actions make you more or less deserving of love and absolution from God or your guides or the divine or the universe, whatever it is that you believe in. A big part of you becoming who you are is you detaching from this sense of shame and guilt and realizing you don't have to hide who you are. You don't have to feel ashamed, because the divine knows you. They know every part of you. They know your heart. They love you and they made you this way. They made you the way you are for a reason. And if you have gifts to share, it comes from them. And do not let anyone tell you, even if it's your family, do not let them tell you otherwise. It's about realizing, like in one example, yes, I can be a Christian and I can also practice tarot, or I can still have my faith whilst being LGBTQ+, or whatever the specific example is for you. It doesn't have to be those two in particular, but you are taking back your power by understanding that you are a good and valuable person, deserving of love because of some of these things, not in spite of them. These things make you who you are. And they are things that also make you want to spread that love and understanding and compassion to others. And that is such a beautiful thing. And yeah, with this King of Swords, this is so incredibly exciting, pal, too, because your legacy will be speaking your truth in whatever way that means to you. You're going to be known as somebody who cuts through the bullshit to get to the heart of the matter, and you're able to speak on this with authority. You'll have this sense of properly knowing and understanding who you are after releasing a lot of this self-doubt. And you're going to be known as someone who can handle whatever life throws at you, because once you start standing in your truth, you might be faced with people who would like to put you back into that role of someone who dilutes themselves to make life easier for them. You might have people trying to make you feel guilty or ashamed for saying what you have to say, but at that stage, you won't care because you will have released attachment to shame. You're no longer going to be allowing it to hold you down. And I'm getting also like you've done your research, you will have done your research. So it comes back to what we were saying about you having like educated yourself. You're using logic, you've been learning, and you're going to have all this information to back up whatever it is you're saying or doing. But you've also not lost this connection to your spiritual side or to your compassion. In fact, you'll realize that all of these ideas you get, these little divine nudges, if these things pop into your head, it's because you're meant to explore them, you're meant to allow space for them, you're not meant to push them down. You're supposed to give yourself the freedom to be open about these things. You're not granted these thoughts and gifts so you can sit and feel guilty about them. You're supposed to do something with them. And I think that's part of your legacy. It's you fully coming to terms with that and appreciating it. Okay, so with the Empress and the Queen of Pentacles and the High Priestess, I want to talk about these last three cards together because I was so shocked that I pulled these in this order. And again, this is just so powerful. And I keep wanting to say to you, pal, too, like your energy is sacred and you need to start treating it like it's sacred. You got the Empress, the Queen of Pentacles, and the High Priestess as your legacy, as who you're becoming. Like, I don't know what to tell you, but that is so much crazy power and also so much divine feminine energy. You do not have to be female to be watching this. It might resonate more so for you if you are, only because a lot of the examples I give are based on my experiences as a woman in society, but you can take the specific examples however they apply to you. I do try to give a few different ones, but regardless of your gender identity, there is so much here about a part of your legacy being healing your light and dark feminine energy. It could also be about healing maternal wounds. If, for example, a feminine caregiver instills you with this sense of anxiety or shame, particularly when it comes to what it means to be a certain gender or what it means to be a woman, then this is you kind of releasing yourself from that, maybe learning to tap into this wild, untamed aspect of femininity that you once felt like you had to hide, and not feeling guilty for that. In many ways, it could be like you reparenting yourself, giving yourself the kind of mothering that maybe you wished you had received, learning to nurture and support yourself, or maybe doing that as a mother yourself, if that applies. This could also be freeing yourself from patriarchal standards and conditioning. There could have been one point where you thought, like, a feminine does this, or a feminine should never do XYZ. You're releasing yourself from those beliefs, because the thing is about the divine feminine, she is freedom, she is love, she is beauty, she is creative expression. She was never meant to be caged in. She was never meant to be controlled or reduced to some arbitrary performative stereotype of womanhood. That goes against the very essence of feminine energy. She is all things and everything, and so are you. It's about being in touch with your femininity and you getting to define what that means for you. And I'm getting the phrase now, like, who cares if it's not ladylike? So I don't know, some of you might have been encouraged to repress yourself due to being seen as impolite or not ladylike. There's something about taking back your power when it comes to your sensuality or your body, reclaiming something that belongs to you. There are many books and podcasts and subsections of the internet that like to reduce femininity to being or looking soft and delicate and gentle and wearing cute floral dresses. And right now I'm getting, like, if you know about the Blake Lively stuff going on at the moment, and the Colleen Hoover, like, the movie where she's like, get your florals, and the movie is about DV. If you know, you know. But that's what I'm getting. It's like reducing something so grand that cannot be contained to just a superficial surface level. And don't get me wrong when I say that, I love a little cottagecore floral ditzy dress moment, but that's not what femininity is. It can be a part of it if that's what that means to you, but these gurus who encourage feminines to change certain aspects of themselves, especially when it's within this cultural paradigm of, like, how to attract a mate, they cheapen the meaning of the divine feminine, in my opinion. Because tapping into that energy shouldn't be about reducing yourself. It shouldn't be about softening your impact or diluting your power to make others comfortable. Look at the very archetype of Mother Nature, literal creation and beauty. But is she always soft and gentle and delicate and non-threatening? No. Look at the effects of Mother Nature when we try to control her and to make her adhere to our way. Look what happens. You weren't given the gift of sensitivity and intuition and compassion for it to be used on somebody who isn't willing to receive it. And you shouldn't shut down your ideas and the things you want to create because they might be wild or dark or uncomfortable for others to hear. You're going to be using these gifts as part of your legacy and creating a nurturing, beautiful, and abundant life for yourself in the process, where maybe for the first time, you are not going to be undermining your own abilities or trying to make them less than. You're going to be stepping up into your power by releasing any shame attached to your creative expression, and you are going to feel so free. So that is what I am getting for the tarot portion of your reading, pal 2. We are just going to finish off by looking at some advice from the Shine Oracle. So let's have a look at what we pulled for you. Okay, pal 2, let's have a look. So we have got Show Off Your Sparkle and Shine from the Inside. I love this card so much for you, pal 2, because this person on the card is so expressive, and I don't necessarily mean her appearance, although of course that could play a part, but even in terms of her facial expression, you can tell that she is just so open and receptive, and I'm getting the phrase of, like, finally ready to accept the good things in her life. And this could be you, like you're finally starting to see your gifts as a blessing rather than a curse or something like that. And a part of who you're becoming could involve this drastic change in appearance, you stepping into a certain style that you feel truly aligns with who you are on the inside. And again, going back to what we said about releasing patriarchal limitations, this could refer to you like no longer catering to the male gaze or something like that, if that ever applied. And I know that the way we dress or the colour we dye our hair or whether or not we get tattoos doesn't have to be a deep and meaningful thing, but I'm getting for you it might be, because the way you're choosing to show up is going to be so unapologetic and individual, and you want your outside to reflect the inside. Like, if you were never allowed to look a certain way, it might be a big thing for you to change your appearance in some way. That could apply for those of you with strict upbringings, or if you were in like a controlling relationship or something like that. Finding yourself through styling, through dress sense, through changing something about how you appear outwardly. Because yeah, that can be a big deal to those of us who haven't always been able to express ourselves through clothing choices and things like that. For example, if you grew up in a strict house and your parents didn't let you wear certain things, and now, like, I'm getting this image coming through of you, for example, having to leave the house wearing a turtleneck or a dress down to your ankles, but then getting in your friend's car and being able to, like, rip off that turtleneck and reveal your baddie outfit underneath the layers of clothes or something like that. But it's kind of like this metaphor of you can also reveal who you actually are inside, and you don't have to just do it once you get in that car. It's like you're doing it out in the open, and you're not going to feel like you have to lie or sneak around, because you are independent. If you're not now, you will be independent, and anyone who doesn't support your choices, you've realized that you don't have to align with them anymore. If they want to be in your life, they're going to have to respect your personal choices, but you're not prepared to hide these choices and live inauthentically. And I'm getting the phrase like, don't be afraid of your gifts, and also don't be afraid of tapping into your dark feminine, if that applies. I would maybe encourage you to look at your Lilith placement in your birth chart. That could be significant for you. But it's like, don't be afraid of your darker emotions, and whichever form of therapeutic artwork you might use to express them. Don't be afraid to discuss taboo topics openly or explore your sensuality, if that applies. And I think actually this is a rose quartz crystal on the card. I think it is anyway. So rose quartz could be significant to you. And also I'm noticing plants. So getting grounded, being out in nature could be significant, but also, like we mentioned, you giving yourself time to water your plants, look after your garden, allow those seeds to grow and blossom into beautiful flowers. So that is what I'm getting for you, pal too. I really, really hope you enjoyed this reading. If you did enjoy the reading, please like the video, please comment, and if that's all possible, please subscribe. That would all mean the absolute world to me, and I would appreciate it so, so much. Thank you for being here, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care, pal too. Hi, Pal 3 Collective. If you chose Pal 3 and you chose the Considerate Cat Tarot and the Black Hen sticker, you're in the right place. Welcome to your reading, friends. As usual, this reading will be split up into two main sections, your oracle reading and then your tarot reading. Please use your oracle reading as an energy check for confirmation that you've chosen the right pile. This reading today is all about what you will be known for and who you are becoming. It's about your potential, your legacy, the life you are creating for yourself, and the things that might be either helping you or holding you back in terms of this. If you would like a full reading breakdown, please check out the introduction, but without any further hesitation, let's have a look at the cards we pulled for you, Pal 3. So I'm actually going to pop your tarot to one side for now, and this oracle card on top, we are going to look at that towards the end of the oracle reading, because I want that to be representative of the overarching energy of your potential and of your legacy. So if we just pop that here, we are going to focus on these cards just here to begin with, but we will get to this one, don't worry. Okay, so let's have a look at what we got for you, Pal 3. We have got Tomorrow is Another Day, number 42, Refinement, Dahlia, number 32, Hawk Spirit, Let Spirit Be Your Guide, and from the Earth Alchemy we have, I can't pronounce this, Anandalite and Lemon Balm, Integrating Energies, Awakening, Transitioning. I am very sorry if I did not pronounce that correctly. We are actually going to refer to the Earth Alchemy guidebook for a little bit of confirmation regarding this overarching energy. So let's see if this relates to you. I will read from the book for you, Pal 3. Okay, so we have Anandalite and Lemon Balm, Integrating Energies, Awakening, Transitioning. Although anandamide is a high vibrational energy and is noted for its power, the elemental guardians of this stone are assisting the flow and assure us that it's not overpowering. They understand that in order to stabilize the heart, gentle waves of rainbow light are needed. Anything more would overwhelm and shock. She sings of harmony and holds that harmony through the heart. She is a true friend of the elementals and rainbow children, holding keys to their rainbow light. It is a natural crystal from the Himalayas, which radiates an aurora effect of colours. It was found fairly recently, in 2010. Maybe 2010 could be significant to you guys. I just want to say that now before I continue. It comes to you to support you through self-awakening, a talisman to help you realise your full potential, to transform and manifest new. She paves the way forward for you, highlighting new pathways open to you and new higher vibrational possibilities. Its name is Sanskrit for divine bliss, and it is this which it wishes you to lead to with the help of the goddesses who hold this stone strongly. And then we have lemon balm. Lemon balm is a member of the mint family, a caring older sister watching dutifully over you, bathing your temples, dabbing her leaves to cool and soothe your racing mind. Her small, delicate white flowers come in awakening the energy nodes around the eyes and third eye, sparking action and waking you up to new ways of seeing and being. Her zingy edge clears and clarifies thoughts. She is such a caring energy, wanting to help you balance your mind and heart, so you can have presence of mind to process and integrate what you are moving through. Anandamide and lemon balm come to you as a sweet balm during soul transitions. You are awakening to new energy currents, and the various layers of your spirit body are working to catch up. Anandamide's rainbow light works to open up your higher channels, while lemon balm comes to soothe the mental field and nervous system to help you integrate all these ways of higher frequencies. They work in a gentle action with each other. Anandamide wishes to gently sit in your heart chakra and pulse its light from the heart up, as lemon balm will flow its energy down through the crown chakra to the third eye chakra, gently weaving in with the Anandamide's rainbow glow. So many of you could be in a period of awakening to something right now, or you're going through some kind of big transitional period. And I don't know why, but I want to laugh when I say that, because some of you are listening and you're kind of like, yeah, no shit. Because recently it's felt like there's always something, like there's always one thing after another, things surrounding you where you've kind of been feeling like, I'm sick of these transitional periods. I've had enough of these awakenings. Like, when does it end? When can I just live my life and it be like on an even keel, in balance or something like that? There's this almost like a sense of exasperation. And with this, tomorrow is another day. I wanted to say tomorrow is a new day, but it actually says tomorrow is another day. With that card, it's like you're trying to persevere, you're trying to allow whatever happens to just happen, but a part of you is like, am I going to catch a break soon, spirit? And you've been kind of losing a little bit of faith. You might have felt pushed to the end of your tether with something, but it's like your determination to keep going, to keep pushing when things have been tough. That is part of your legacy and part of you becoming who you were meant to be. Like, this has been character building for you. And I feel like some of you are maybe looking for this clarity right now because you're kind of like, you know what? I think I've had enough character development now. Like, I can feel this feeling of there's only so much I can take, and I'm not sure if I can continue with whatever it is you're currently invested in, whether it's a career, a passion, a person, just getting up every day and trying to be a functioning human. You've been feeling at your limit with it, and kind of similarly to Pal 1, maybe wondering if this is really the right path for you or something along those lines. So some of you, if you were like torn between Pal 1 and Pal 3, maybe check Pal 1 out, but you don't have to. If this sounds like you so far, it's probably, a sign you are in the right place, and there's definitely something in Pal 3 for you. I'm not sure why I'm getting this, but I don't know if any of you play or used to play The Sims, but I grew up playing The Sims day in, day out. Sometimes I still play, but The Sims 4, it's okay. I like creating the characters and building, but I don't think the gameplay is the best thing ever without expansion packs and without mods, at least. But Sims 2, that was my shit back in the day. I used to go into school every day. I was in year 7 at the time The Sims 2 came out, I think. And I used to literally go into school every day before it came out and talk to my friend about the new trailers for The Sims 2. Like, every day, that's all I could talk about too with my friend. I was obsessed with it. And anyway, the reason I'm saying this is I feel like in The Sims 2 specifically, I think it was anyway, they introduced this thing where your sim kind of like broke the fourth wall. Like if you were putting them through some stuff, they'd look up at you through the screen, kind of like, really? Come on, like this exasperated feeling. And I feel like that's been you. Something goes wrong, you sort out that issue, and then it's something else. And now you have your arms up looking up at the sky, like, really? Like this now? So it's like you are this sim and you get fired from your job for picking the wrong dialogue option or something. And then to make matters worse, you come home early and your boyfriend, Don Lothario, is woohooing your sister in your bed. And if that's not enough, you go for a relaxing dip in the pool and someone takes away your pool ladders. Some cruel god takes away your pool ladders. It just feels like it's one thing after another, and this sense of fate intervening, but in a way where it feels like the joke is on you some of the time. So with this tomorrow is another day card, it's just making me laugh because she is almost stood there like, okay, let's see what this day has in store for us, waiting to see what life throws at her today. There's this sense of frustration, but almost like an acceptance of how much worse could it get? Like, let's just do it. There's still this perseverance and this grit. It's as though each time you've thought of giving up, something has spurred you on. You've managed to find the strength from somewhere. And with this sign, like in the background of the card, it clearly says something like, today will be a good day. Something along those lines. You can't see it fully, but I think that's what it's meant to say. And it's interesting because if this card came up in any other reading, I don't think I'd be getting this sense of exasperation, but with this energy I'm picking up on, it's almost like you reciting these mantras to yourself. You're doing that to try and get yourself to believe it, and you're like, come on, today will be a good day, it has to be. And for some of you, it might be that you've lost touch with the idea of a particular outcome happening, maybe like a certain specific manifestation, because you've been so focused on other things, or in some cases, just getting through the day. So you might have put some of your bigger desires on the back burner, but regardless of that, you're still pushing, you're still putting intentions out into the universe. And sometimes you're like, come on, fate, intervene for me in a positive way, because I'm here, I'm doing my silly little positive affirmations, I'm reciting my mantras, and I need to know that the universe knows that they see me and that they hear me. But one thing that I am getting is that all your patience and your perseverance will be rewarded, and that this is actually a big part of you and your legacy. Something is going to be paying off, and it's because you kept going, you didn't give up when things got tough. And I'm getting this message about you soaring to new heights and potentially things happening for you very rapidly once this transitional period is over with. Once it feels like you've been put through all these tests and your tests are done, you're going to be up leveling and reaching new peaks with this hawk spirit. Because throughout all of these sort of trials and tribulations, all these times where you've thought, you know, I'm going to give in, or I don't have the strength to get up and do this tomorrow, in whatever way that applies, you've come back every time and you've done it. You have never completely given in, even when it feels like you haven't been able to make as much effort as you like, or when your energy and time have been consumed by other things. You've still never let your desires fall completely by the wayside, even if some of the larger goals have had to be pushed to one side. And I think it's because it does feel like some element of whatever it is you're doing and whatever is going to be this huge part of your legacy, there's definitely this sense of it being divinely guided in some way. You might have felt that. If it was anything else or anyone else, you might have given up on this idea, but it feels like there's some kind of momentum pushing you forward because you know you have this awareness deep down. It's what you're supposed to be doing. It's what you're called towards. So even on the worst day of your life, when you tell yourself like, I can't even think about doing that right now, it's like you still somehow manage to get up the next day and continue with it. It's almost like you keep being pulled back to it every time. Even if your logical side is saying give up, your intuition keeps calling you back towards it for some reason. And maybe you haven't been able to work out what that is yet, but I think that you will. There's something about this being fated, being highlighted here. And listen, this is not the most uplifting example, but I'm going to use it to clarify what I mean. So I don't know if you know, but they've just put all the Final Destination films on Netflix, apart from 4 because it sucked. So I've been rewatching those films because the way they had a chokehold on me as a child, the way that I will never ever be behind a log truck on the road, the way that I have never been on a tanning bed, not because of, you know, something logical like potential skin cancer, but because of those films specifically. So it's like in those films, the idea is that you can't escape death, right? If you're on death's list, it's coming for you. You can try and postpone it, you can try and work out its plan, but ultimately it's going to come back around and find new and more creative ways to get you. But essentially, death is always going to find its way to you. So I know that's not a very nice example, but it's like you and your goals, passions, the things you're focusing on, it's almost that same thing of like, you can try and escape it, but ultimately it's always going to be for you. You're going to be pulled towards it. You'll always end up circling back to it in some way because it's part of your purpose and a part of your legacy. But I'm getting something about recalibrating. You need to recalibrate. This could be after this period of transition or after a time where a lot of intense things have been going on for you. It's like you need to take a bit of time to rest and plan the next course of action and make any changes you need to make. I'm getting to work on your plan of attack as well with this hawk coming through, because the thing is, the hawk is able to strategize and keep their eyes on the prize. They are known for having excellent sight and excellent hearing, but it's like maybe due to this external circumstance, you haven't been able to really listen properly. Maybe you haven't been able to tap into your intuition as much as usual. And it's as though you've been working hard to push forward and keep this thing going, that your focus has just been getting through it, but you haven't had the chance to really create an action plan in a way. So in terms of this person you are becoming, I'm getting something saying you need to truly listen. And with refinement, you need to narrow things down and put some emphasis on the finer details. There's something about these small changes being a big part of your legacy. And I keep wanting to say, like, you're on the right lines, you just need to narrow it down. I keep getting that phrase because it could be this tiny thing that you haven't yet considered that you're going to be focusing on, and it's going to allow you to get these radical results. Even if you're only shifting this one little thing, doing a tiny thing differently can kind of create this ripple effect. And for some of you with integrating energies, I'm getting that a part of this journey for you is learning to listen to suggestions and take other people's advice more, because somebody else's energy can contribute to you getting where you need to be. Some of you can be reluctant to accept help from other people, but collaboration of some kind could be significant to you, and you don't have to be totally rigid in terms of how you approach things. That might only apply for some of you, but it's like often we get these ideas into our head and we envision this perfect way of something playing out, but we're attached to that one singular idea and it becomes this set in stone thing where it's like we do it this way or we don't do it at all. And maybe some of you can be a little bit stubborn when it comes to that, especially those of you who are fixed sign dominant. And I'm getting Can't Tell Me Nothing by Kanye. So it's like some of you just don't want to take advice, like nobody can tell you anything. You want to do things your way and you won't accept anything less. And the passion, the determination you have, those are all good things, but sometimes other people have valuable contributions too. So someone could have made a suggestion to you and you've listened to them, but you've kind of been like, well, that sounds great, but I'm not going to do it. And I don't think it's you thinking that you're better than anyone else, but I think it's like because these goals feel divinely guided, you sometimes feel like all your ideas have to come from you specifically. So you feel like it won't work if you try something somebody else's way. You're kind of like, yeah, that might work for you, but it's a no from me. It's just this sense of stubbornness and rigidity, and it's giving me that sense of like, you know when someone tells you to watch a TV show or a film and they're like, seriously, you need to watch it, you would absolutely love it, it reminds me so much of you, or whatever, but it's almost like now that they've said that, you feel like you can't watch it because you want it to be your idea, you want it to be on your terms, and now you feel like you're pressured or something like that. It's that kind of feeling, but what I'm getting is these energies are supposed to integrate. Like maybe you and this person met for a reason and they were supposed to give you that idea or help you on this journey. Because for some of you, it's like you might have been complaining to a certain person that something isn't going well for you, and maybe this person has suggested some practical things. And it's not like you were dismissive of them, but you weren't truly hearing them or thinking about what they had to say. You immediately resigned yourself to the idea that you had to keep going on this one specific path. So you responded like, yeah, I appreciate that, but that just wouldn't work for me. But for many of you, I'm getting that this is actually something that you may want to revisit and you may actually want to give it a go because it could work out really, really well for you. It could be that at first you weren't really taking on board what that person was saying, but now that you are, if you decide to use their method to bring your idea or manifestation into fruition, you could have this moment of like, wow, this actually worked really well for me. Like, why haven't I been doing this all along? And I don't think you were being arrogant. Like, I don't think this was ever coming from a place of, I know better than everyone else, but I think you know yourself, pal three. You have self-awareness, but sometimes you're almost too self-aware in that you can put limits on yourself. Thinking you know yourself inside out and resigning yourself to certain behaviors or ways of being because of that means that you're not actually giving yourself the true space to learn more about who you are or what else you might be capable of. It's kind of like, for example, if you said something like, I really struggle with organization, and somebody is like, well, have you tried a diary? And you're like, oh no, I'm not a diary person. I know that about myself. I know I'm not going to stick with a diary. And I understand that sometimes we don't want to waste our money on yet another journal that we're just not going to use. But at the same time, you might have overlooked a piece of advice that someone has given you. You might have shut something down before you really looked into it properly. Obviously, it won't be that example, but what I mean is like somebody could have said, well, I use this diary, but it's not like an actual diary. Here's how it's different. But by that point, you've already zoned out. Like at that point that they said diary, because you know that hasn't worked for you in the past. So you're just allowing them to speak, but you're not really listening. But in reality, you might have missed something. Like maybe their version of a diary truly was different. Maybe it wasn't really a diary, but it was an app or something that would actually work better for you. Obviously, not that specific example, but do you know what I mean? It's about going back and revisiting something. So this is about you stepping into your legacy by keeping your eyes peeled and your ears open, because somebody could be giving you a life hack that changes things for you and really allows you to up level. But you need to be open to the ideas they have to share. You don't have to adopt their method, but you could take one small thing out of what they say and implement it into your routine to help you reach your goals. But I definitely do get the sense that your faith in this purpose is going to be restored and you're going to be feeling more optimistic about what is to come. Before, it was kind of like, oh, what does Spirit have in store for us today? But you're going to be moving into more of this energy of like, let's see what Spirit has in store for us today. You're going to be more enthusiastic as these small changes are made and you start to see those results. And I think then there is going to be more of this sense of awakening because you're going to feel like you've cracked the code with something. You were plodding along doing it one way for so long and that was becoming a little bit of a slog, but you made this change whether or not it's influenced by somebody else or not. You hone in on a small detail or piece of advice and it's like things suddenly start clicking into place for you all of a sudden, and it's motivating, it's encouraging, and it helps you continue on with this. It spurs you on. And I think you are going to be known for somebody who is able to use those finer details to bring a project to life. You could have the gift of being very analytical or being able to identify patterns in some way. I think you'll also be known as someone who is able to beautify anything they touch and make these small changes that make it stand out and shine. And when I said finishing touches, I'm getting specific examples, things like fashion design, home improvements, decoration, makeup artistry, even wedding or event planning or something like that. And please bear in mind, these specifics don't have to resonate as long as the overarching message does, but the overarching message is like there's something about your work that hits differently because you're able to add just the right finishing touch. So when it comes to things where you might be working with the public or people have the opportunity to hire you for your skills, it's like you might get this message of, I don't know what it is, but something about Pal 3's work just stands out. Like they can't pinpoint it exactly, but you have that eye for detail and you know when something is missing or something needs adding or something is just slightly off. You can fix it and make it just right, and people will want you for your skills when it comes to that. It doesn't have to be in the aforementioned careers, those were just ones that popped into my mind, but take it in whichever way it resonates for you. So let's have a look at this card from the Rose Oracle and let's see what we've got for you, Pal 3. Okay, Pal 3, we have the Bud. Potential, promise, it's about to happen, keep going. I don't know what you've been working on, Pal 3, but, and I can't make this up, it says it on the card. There's only so many ways this can be interpreted, but this is about to happen. I'm getting like you need to be ready because this is coming for you no matter what, no ifs, ands, or buts. Like this is a promise, it's on its way, you manifested it. And with a promise, it's making me feel like the reason you haven't given up, the reason you've been called back to this so many times, the reason it's always found you in some way is because either in a past life or in a past iteration of you in this life, this was something that was either promised to you or that you promised to do. And that thing that was promised to you will be a huge part of your legacy. That's why it keeps circling back. That's why even when you've said, I'm throwing in the towel with this, you haven't been able to. It's because it belongs to you. Like there's no one better for the job. It's why you sometimes almost feel like this sim who is being controlled, because you're like, I said I wasn't going to try with this situation anymore, but it's like something in your coding overrides it. I'm getting like something glitches. Like you tell yourself you're not going to eat that piece of cake in your fridge, and then suddenly you wake up and you're stood with the fridge door open and your cake is on the fork in front of you, and it's like, wait, like how did we get here? Obviously not that example, but it's something you are inexplicably drawn to and you do it almost on autopilot. It comes natural to you, it just happens, and it's because it's for you. And now it's like I'm getting the image of you walking on this path, and you can choose to go in two directions. And one of them has all these signs lit up pointing you to like your dreams, your destiny, your goals. And the other one is pointing you to like, I don't know, like a big comfy bed or something like that. So you're like, you know what? I actually could really do with a nap. Like the goals sounded nice, but I'm over this. I'm so done with it. Let me just lie down. And I'm getting this big hand coming in. You're just a tiny little dot in comparison, but this hand represents like your higher power, spirit, divine, the universe, or whatever you believe in. And they're picking you up by your tiny little head and putting you back on the goals and dreams path. And they're kind of like, sorry, buddy, but you're the one. And you're like, whoa, what happened? I was just about to head to bed, and now I've had an idea. I've suddenly been called back here. But it's because it's like this is where you're supposed to be. So when you get those little pulls, it is for a reason, those little niggling sensations. And it is important to listen to yourself and your intuition when it comes to that. And yeah, with keep going, your perseverance has not gone unnoticed. Things have been going on behind the scenes that you might not be seeing just yet, but this is a part of your legacy, and I want to say a part of creating this budding success. Like you started off some kind of chain here, but this is just the beginning, and there's so much potential when it comes to this. It has the ability to grow and transform into so many different things. And with this being the bud, it's making me think of the word buddy, like a friend. So going back to what we said in the oracle, do you have someone in your life who might be a part, even a small part of this journey? It might not apply for everyone, but is there somebody who you need to be listening to or paying closer attention to right now? Because they could be crucial in terms of you kind of creating this breakthrough and putting you on a particular path, helping you create this legacy. I'm also getting the phrase like budding romance or even budding friendship. So this could apply to just a couple of you. It could be that this is a relationship to another person, feeling like wanting to give up on things but deciding to persevere and allow this to bloom into something beautiful. Maybe this person is a big part of your journey. Maybe this is in relation to you feeling like you want to give up on romance or making connections, but somehow you always end up back on a dating site because that's where you're going to encounter this person. And you're kind of rolling your eyes like, what are they going to throw at me now? Like, at first I matched with the 25-year-old who turned out to be 70, then I matched with the credit card scammer, and then I matched with this person who was married. Like, what else can life throw at me? And should I just give up with this online dating thing? Obviously, that's just one example, but maybe for once, your perseverance and giving someone a chance is going to pay off. Like, it's going to be the right person for you. And it doesn't have to be romantic. This could even be a friendship. Like, if you tell yourself you hate socializing, you're introverted, but then you end up out somewhere and just happen to connect with a new friend, it's like right place, right time, and they end up helping you become who you are meant to be in some way. And for some of you, I think it could be crucial to check out, this is just coming into my mind now, but it's like, maybe check out your part of fortune in your birth chart. I just watched a video recently from Jupiter James on YouTube, who I really, really love, who I really enjoy. And it was like, you look at your part of fortune, at the house and the sign, so look at both things. But it could be that there's something unexpected there, and that's why you keep being pulled in a particular direction. And this is just popping into my head now with me giving like the socializing example, because I have mine in the 7th house, which is like a Libra house, the house of relationships. And I always say to myself like, oh, I hate socializing, like I hate talking to people. But then here I am like connecting with people because it's something that I am called to do. Like I do that on YouTube, and I also like work with the public in terms of my day job as well. So yeah, like that's just something to think about. Maybe take a look at that in your birth chart if you haven't done so already. But yeah, for some of you, you could feel like this is already happening if you have made one of those connections recently. If not, it might be suggesting, you know, just remain open to it, because this could even turn out to be a person who you have way more in common with than what you thought. And in the future, like you decide to go into business together, there are common causes you align with, and you use that shared interest to change the world. It's part of your legacy. Or on like a less grand scale, it could just be that this person has been put in front of you to inspire you into action in some way. Like if you hadn't met them, you would have never done XYZ, for example. And just to clarify, if this is about a person already in your life, but they have mistreated you or betrayed you in some way, then that part isn't for you. I would never ever want to encourage someone to stay stuck in a situation that is bad for them. If you know this person doesn't treat you very well, please don't interpret me saying persevere as persevering with them. Please take it as you persevering with yourself and your own goals, regardless of how this person might have made it difficult for you or been pulling your energy away from your dreams. Because for some of you, it's going to be that example of like no one being at fault, but things maybe just didn't really get off the ground. Like maybe communication became a little bit stale, so you kind of gave up talking to this person or planning things with them. And in those instances, this reading could be saying like, maybe give things another go if you feel like that person was meant to be in your life for a reason. But equally, it could be the example of, this person is actually creating obstacles through their behavior because they're not ready to receive this connection. They've hurt you, they're not showing up correctly. And in those instances, obviously, do not force yourself to keep trying with a person who isn't willing to offer you the same in return. It totally depends on the circumstance. There's lots of different ways this can apply, so take it however it means for you and your situation, but something is budding here. An idea, a connection, your success, something is going in the right direction, and I'm getting the phrase lift off too, like you're being taken to these new heights. So whether it's with or without another person, you are going places. That's what I'm getting for the oracle portion of your reading, pile 3. We are about to move on to the tarot, so please bear with me and we will get started with your tarot reading. Hi Pile 3 Collective, welcome back to the tarot portion of your reading. Without hesitation, let's get started and have a look at the cards we pulled for you. If you can hear any sounds in the background, by the way, it is just my dog's paws tippy-tapping on the floor. So that's what that is. I'll try and reduce it during editing, but she's just here with us today. She might leave and go back downstairs. I don't know, but she's just chilling at the moment. So yeah, let's get started with your tarot. Okay, Pile 3, let's have a look at what we pulled for you. We have the 8 of Cups, we have the 4 of Swords, we have Judgment, I think we got that in pile 2, we have Death, we definitely got that in one of the piles, we have the 3 of Wands, we have the 7 of Pentacles, we have the 8 of Wands, we have the King of Pentacles, we have the 10 of Cups, and we have the Page of Swords. So yeah, with this 8 of Cups, you've been in this energy of withdrawing from something that has left you disappointed. You haven't loved the outcome, you haven't been seeing the progress or the results, so you're deciding whether to walk away, whether to abandon ship. For some of you, it's like you've not made a final decision, but you've been kind of turning your back on something and actually ignoring it, not wanting to think about it, or you've been wanting to escape dealing with it. It's like you started out having high hopes for something and being fully invested, but it hasn't quite gone the way you planned, and that's left you feeling really apathetic about it. This could be a project you're taking time away from, or that new person we talked about that you had relationship or friendship potential with, and you've kind of withdrawn communication, or it's led to a bit of disappointment. It could be that you're taking time away to decide if it's really what's best for you. But for some of you, it's like you feel you've been doing the work. This could actually be in terms of like college, university, some kind of education you are pursuing, or it could be a job, a career, something to do with your workplace. But it's like you've been showing up at this institution every day and kind of plodding along, hoping for the best, hoping to see improvements, wanting to get the results. You've done all your essays, you've turned up to work on time, but it seems like something hasn't materialized. Like you haven't got the grades you wanted, or you haven't got the promotion, and it's left you feeling like, is this really right for me? Is there any room to move up? And for some of you, you're honestly just thinking about cutting your losses, like cutting ties. If you're on some kind of summer break and you need to decide whether to re-enroll soon, a part of you has been thinking of like throwing in this towel, because you started off very enthusiastic, like you're aligning with what you want to do, but something didn't go quite how you thought it would. And now you're like, well, should I just give up? Because I've already thrown a lot of my energy at this and it hasn't really gotten me anywhere. You're wondering if you even have much left to give. So for some of you, it's been debating whether to return, to have one last try, or whether to walk away permanently. But for some of you, it's like you've kind of been living your life on autopilot right now, and you're maybe putting it off, like trying not to think about it. And perhaps a day where you need to decide is looming closer, but you're saying, well, I'll sort it tomorrow, like tomorrow's another day, tomorrow's a new day, and I'll deal with it then. There's this sense of procrastination, but it could be occupying quite a bit of space in your brain, taking up a lot of your thoughts right now. So you're trying not to think about it, but like it's there, it's lingering in the background. It's a constant tug for you. But with this Four of Swords, I keep hearing like rest on it or sleep on it or something like that, because a lot of this disappointment you're feeling and this apathy towards something you previously felt quite passionate about, a lot of that has to do with external influences that have been a little bit out of your control. And quite honestly, Pal 3, for many of you, I feel like this is just due to you feeling exhausted and burnt out. You're not able to feel fully enthusiastic about this because there are too many things getting in the way of you being able to assess how you truly feel about it with 100% clarity. Maybe some days it does feel like this thing is a bit of a burden or a chore, but I think it's because of other factors that are burdening you right now. So I think a part of you becoming who you are meant to be is you really taking that time to recuperate and tap into how you're feeling about this when other issues aren't taking precedent. It could be health issues, for example. Like, you could have your dream job in your dream industry, but if you feel like shit physically, you're still not going to enjoy it because you need to feel okay before you can. So forcing yourself to do something when you feel terrible isn't going to allow you to feel a lot of love towards that thing. It is going to feel more like an obligation. For some of you, if this is to do with your education, it could be that you're thinking of whether or not to go back because maybe the academic year you've just gone through was particularly challenging and it took a lot out of you, or you pushed really hard and still didn't get the grades you wanted, or if you were on like a placement that somehow made you feel this is no longer the path for you due to a situation you were faced with. Maybe you were made to feel like not very good at what you do due to some feedback you received. So now, although you've been procrastinating, that's maybe been playing on your mind. Like, what if this person was right? Or, this year was hard, next year is going to be even harder, and I just don't know whether I can do it. Or maybe you've just had a particularly busy or grueling work schedule and you've recently been faced with situations at work, with the public, or with your colleagues or management where you've been left feeling like, maybe I'm just not cut out for this. Maybe at one point you felt like this was your dream, but the reality is different, and so you're struggling to come to terms with what you want to do going forward. But I am getting that a lot of you do just need genuine rest and you need to give yourself time to recuperate, because a lot of what you're feeling is due to these other circumstances that have gotten in the way. It's like you're ready to give up on the whole thing because you think that you're not good enough or whatever the case may be. But actually, there may have been things stopping you from living up to your potential at that moment in time. Like, you're not going to be able to throw your all into a job or what you're studying or your passions if you are exhausted due to these health issues, or if, for example, you've got too much on your plate in terms of childcare, or if you've experienced loss, you've been going through a grieving process. It might not be that you didn't have it in you to succeed. It could just be you didn't have the right things in place to support you at that time. You might have found that situation overwhelming because you were being overwhelmed by so many other things going on around you. But if you're able to recover from this burnout and get the rest you need, it's likely you're going to be viewing this situation from an entirely different lens. Things could be completely different when you go back if you're able to gather up this strength and really listen to your body. Some of you might literally just need one decent night's sleep, and even that alone will have this ability to change your perspective. Obviously, if this is like a burnout acquired over a sustained period, that recovery is going to take longer, but a part of you stepping into this version of you who you are becoming is prioritizing that rest and that time away. Some of you are experiencing that right now if it's your summer break. For others of you, it could be like the opposite, in that you've suddenly been feeling more overwhelmed and burnt out because summer break is your busiest time at work, or because your kids are on summer break and they're demanding a lot of your energy, so you feel too exhausted to invest in other things. So it could be when autumn/fall comes around, people go back to school, things quieten down at your job, maybe then you're actually able to rest a little more and you'll feel that your energy will start to return, you'll feel less depleted. So you'll be able to look at this thing you're indecisive about with a fresh pair of eyes. Meditation could be important to you during that time, and maybe you're feeling like that's something you can't do right now, because I'm getting for a few of you, it's like your house is always loud, like you can't hear yourself think because of what's going on. But maybe when things quieten down a little more, that's something you can look into. But overall, what I'm getting is rest. Slowing down, allowing yourself to relax is so crucial. And I know that's easier said than done. It does depend what's going on in your life. But a lot of how you're feeling is being influenced by that. So just bear that in mind. It's being influenced by you needing rest. I'm not quite getting it. Now, this is where it gets very exciting for you, pal 3, with judgment and the death card coming through. Because after you've had your period of rest, you're going to have to revisit that thing you've been putting off thinking about, because you're going to be at this crossroads and you're going to be making some kind of life-changing decision. But the decision you make will directly correlate with you evolving into the version of you who is able to create your legacy. And when I say it's life-changing, it doesn't have to be this thing that feels enormous at the time, or at least that won't be the case for everyone. For a few of you, it could be deciding to pack up and leave the country, or ending a long relationship, something more extreme along those lines. But for many of you, it's going to feel like something a little bit less intense. In some cases, it might even feel like an insignificant choice or some kind of inaction rather than a direct action. For example, this could feel more like letting an opportunity pass you by because you've been having doubts about it. You've been thinking it's not for you, so it's not necessarily going to be you taking some dramatic action, but it might be like, you know that the sign up for this particular thing is on a certain date. Applications have to be in for you to go on this course or to continue with it. And maybe you're like, oh, I just can't be bothered. I don't think this is for me. So you're letting something pass you by, maybe thinking it's of little consequence. You're like, I'm not going back to this course, but I'll pick something else. I'll do something else. I'll pick something else up. But this decision has the potential to change the trajectory of your life, kind of like the butterfly effect. And I hope you guys don't mind me using examples and going off on little tangents. I just try to use examples, sometimes from my personal life, to describe the kind of thing I'm feeling, because this particular thing, it is making me think of my own experience. So a couple of minutes of me waffling about that, and again, I do just want to use it as an example, but this is why the education thing is popping into my mind. So with me, when I was younger, the first time I went to university, I ended up dropping out due to personal reasons, and that's a whole other long story. But a number of years later, basically I found myself wanting to go back into education and get my degree. And I was pulled towards a particular subject that I have always felt really passionate about. But when the time came to apply and write the personal statement, it was during a very difficult time in my life. I was dealing with a lot of undiagnosed health issues. I'd been through a breakup, my confidence wasn't the best. I was having a lot of self-doubt and just kind of thinking, like, what's the point? Like, I dropped out last time, so maybe I'm not cut out for this. I couldn't really force myself to feel enthusiastic about anything in that moment. But it was actually my dad who spurred me on to just go for it anyway, even during those moments when I didn't fully believe I'd be capable of it. So on the day where I was kind of like, you know, I'm just not going to go to the open day because I couldn't get out of bed, he was like, come on, we're going, I'll go with you. And leading up to those days where the application was due in and I was struggling to write my personal statement because honestly, like, I was at a stage where I was essentially a person I didn't recognize, so I found it very difficult to talk about myself. When I was stumped for things to say, he was like, come on, like, let's sit down, let's do it together. And he really supported me. So in the end, I was like, okay, like, I'll apply, but I don't know if I'll ever really be able to do this. Even when the application was submitted, I still didn't believe that I would actually go. But by the time my course started in September, I was an entirely different person. I'd been working on myself and I was ready to go and do it. And I felt so grateful that I had someone in my life who'd been encouraging me to not give up on myself. And I know not everyone has that, and that sometimes you have to fight for yourself, and that's not easy. But in my experience, I was so glad that I didn't let that opportunity to pass me by. Not only did I get a first-class degree, but the people I met and the experiences I had and the things that I learned during that time have taught me so much. And it's like one tiny decision to not go to that open day or to not write that personal statement could have altered the course of my life entirely. So I know it doesn't have to be that specific example, but the overarching message I'm getting is like, if you feel at a deep level that you are called towards a certain route, then don't let it pass you by due to doubts. Don't give up just because you're going through a hard time right now. And if you're feeling down about yourself and your capabilities, I would encourage you to reach out to that person, that friend, that family member who can hype you up and who can support you and make you feel like you are capable and you can be successful. And if you do not have that person currently, but you're relating to some of this, just know that I believe in you because I've been there. I want to be that person for you when you don't have anyone else, and that's why I do these readings, to tell you that. but I just want you to know that you are in control, and whatever you decide to do or decide not to do now matters. And that's not me saying like, if you don't do it, you're going to have a terrible life and not be able to achieve your dreams. You know, our lives are made up of a series of choices, so it's not like this one thing has to be the defining factor. But if you are feeling divinely guided towards an opportunity and the time is arriving to take decisive action on whether to commit to that thing, go in a particular direction, in whatever way that means to you, then please don't let that chance pass you by due to your current beliefs about yourself, because you have time to change and grow. You don't have to do everything at once, but taking those baby steps now could just give that clarity of like, yes, I am on the right track, and now I need to work on myself. I need to better myself so I'm ready for what's to come next. You don't want a year to pass you by because you didn't feel ready and be in regret over the person you could have been at that stage. And yes, with the Three of Wands, these first steps that you're taking are going to be part of your legacy, because it's like you do this one thing that might seem inconsequential, but it provides you with this vantage point whereby you can see what other things are in store for you. You can get a glimpse into a potential future. And this is going to allow you to expand your mind in terms of what you thought you were capable of. You're going to be seeing exciting progress taking place in terms of whatever it is you do. And that's going to allow you to think like, wait a minute, like if I can do this, then maybe I can do that. And it's allowing you to map something out for yourself, maybe something you once didn't think would be possible. Again, it's like your commitment to this is paying off. You continued even when the drive for that thing had started slowing down. And now you've pushed past the hardest parts. That drive and that enthusiasm is returning full force. But it's like you have to get a little bit out of your comfort zone to truly be able to see all the opportunities that await you. And I think it goes back to what we said in the Oracle of like, if you've had a suggestion that maybe you haven't been taking on board because you're like, no, I could never do that. Maybe this is encouraging you to try it in your own way, because you never know what doors this could open for you. Like the Two of Wands is about planning from a place of comfort and safety, but this Three of Wands is about actually leaving that comfort, broadening your horizons, and that's something you might need to do to create this legacy. For some of you, overseas travel could be involved, traveling to that place you've always wanted to and gaining insight, studying or doing a placement abroad, business opportunities that involve leaving the place you are currently in and going to a new place because for some reason the opportunities are better there. It doesn't have to be another country. For some it could be, but it could also just be like another city, or just in terms of moving from one job to another. But you know, this is about learning and foresight, new business enterprises, you becoming more aware that all of this is available to you and that you do have the chance to progress in these huge ways. So with this Seven of Pentacles, you are going to be known as someone whose hard work has paid off incredibly well for them. Due to you persevering with something and you never giving up on yourself, this Judgment and Death and the Three of Wands moment is all adding up and allowing you to become this person who is very capable of looking at the bigger picture and the long-term view when it comes to your successes. It's also a legacy based on you having been willing to invest in yourself, even when you felt over it, even when you felt like you'd had enough. You never stopped. You continued to nurture those tiny seeds that at the time weren't creating the flowers you wanted, but in time, these will grow to something beautiful that you will be able to sit back and admire, and you'll be able to enjoy the hard work that you put into this. You'll be able to reap the rewards of that. And you creating your legacy by choosing to invest in yourself is going to mean that opportunities start flying in left and right. And I think it's going to leave you so shocked, first of all, like with this Eight of Wands, because it's felt like this has been incredibly slow moving to the point where you'd almost given up on anything happening at all. But I keep hearing the phrase, "we told you so," almost like your spirit guides are rolling their eyes at you because they kept telling you that you were the one and you're the only one who didn't fully believe it. Because for so long, they've been giving you nothing, like you've been getting nothing. Things had slowed right down to this snail's pace. And then suddenly everything starts coming in fast and you're getting swept away, taken to new heights, like what we said when we got the Hawk card. The metaphor I want to use is like, you spent so long trying to get a pair of wings for yourself, and every time you'd go to the wing shop, you'd be met with like, no, like we don't have your wings in stock, try again tomorrow. And you came back every day to no avail. Meanwhile, it's felt like others around you are progressing more than you, like they've had their wings for 2 weeks and they're going off and learning all the tricks up in the sky. And you're like, oh, like even if I get my wings right now, I'm never going to be on their level. But it's like when your wings finally arrive, you're literally just trying them out. And suddenly people are like, pal three, fly up here with me, like come right to the clouds. And you're like, I can't do that. These are just my training wings. I've never gone that high before. But it's like once you have your wings fitted and it's the right fit, there's no stopping you. Like flying comes so naturally to you that you can reach those new heights. You can surpass the people you once thought were more skilled than you. I'm getting this phrase of playing in the big leagues. I don't know what that means, but it's like people are going to be seeing you as this professional and you are going to be surrounded by professionals. And for a few of you, again, I'm getting air travel being highlighted. So this could be business meetings, expanding a business to other countries. It could mean that you create a life for yourself where you get to go on luxury vacations. But whatever the case may be, once you're on the right path, things are coming in thick and fast in a way that might be quite surprising given it's taken you a while to get there. But once those things start coming, there's no stopping them and you're going to be kept busy, which is why the rest we spoke about at the beginning is so, so important. I'm getting this energy of like, oh, come with me, let's go here. Now we're doing this, now we're flying here. Like fully booked up. I'm getting a fully booked up schedule. So if it's your business as one example, it's going from, struggling to keep the business afloat to almost overnight success and you struggling to fit in all your clients because you're so in demand. But it takes you making those baby steps to get in a place where that can happen. So with this King of Pentacles, part of your legacy will be you creating this solid, secure, abundant life for yourself through your discipline and your hard work. I know this won't apply to every single person, but the King of Pentacles is giving me like CEO of the company vibes. It's making me think of someone who owns their business, who is their own boss. And if you know categorically that that isn't the path for you, just take it like you're going to feel like you're totally in charge and in control of your own life, and you're going to have the financial security to be able to do whatever it is you want to do. So it could just be having more flexibility in terms of your schedule. But for many of you, this could definitely indicate some kind of big leadership, big powerful position. It's like you'll have worked your way up or built something from the ground up, and now you have more leverage, you feel in control, you get to be the director, that sort of thing. And for some of you, it's like if you have been stuck in a job you don't like and you want to go down a different path, it could be like you have been working on saving up towards investing your finances into starting your own business, but maybe this current job is draining the life out of you and it's been hard to save up, like you thought about giving up. So in those instances, maybe it's time to sort of create an action plan regarding where you want to be in 1 year's time, let's say. And if you're in this job, if you stick to it, will you have the resources in 1 year to invest in that equipment you need? Will you be able to afford to set up a website? All of that. Because it could be that you're so, so close to being there and you just need to break down the finer details that will allow you to see a way out of this situation. Because if it's a case of all I need to do is 1 more year, a year feels like a long time away, but it goes by a lot faster than what you think, and keeping track of your material resources each month could help you kind of reassess where you are and put yourself back on track if you're committed to that goal of in 1 year or whichever amount of time you have set for yourself personally. But this is so, so beautiful because with this 10 of Cups, it's like not only are you going to have access to that material security, you're going to be doing something that will allow you to feel emotionally fulfilled because it's in alignment with what you always wanted to do. And there's this feeling of you saying, if I hadn't taken this chance and gone after my passion, the thing that I really care about, I would maybe still be stuck in that dead-end job. Or if I hadn't taken that chance and moved out of this city with fewer opportunities and gone to a different place, I might still be struggling. It's this thing of you reflecting and feeling content with the choices that you're going to be making for yourself, whatever those may be. And for some of you with these little kitties on the card, this is creating opportunities for your child or children if you choose to have any. It's like you have something to offer them. It could even be creating a family business, or if it's not to do with family, it could just be a case of whatever you're doing, you're spreading the love to other people in some way. So if it's like this thriving business that you've created, it could be like giving other people job opportunities. If this is a charity that you are the founder of, it's spreading the wealth around to those who need it. Those are just a couple of examples, but you're going to be known as someone who has a lot to give to others and someone who is so, so happy and satisfied with where they are in life. And it's like people will encounter you and there's going to be this sense of not necessarily that you've grown up, but just that you've grown, that you're so different to how you used to be due to these changes that you've made. It will feel like you've come into your own or something like that. Where you were once lost, people will know you as someone who has found themselves through this work that you do and the life you're going to create. I'm getting this image of like, once you're done traveling around the world, tending to your various enterprises, maybe you go back to your hometown to like visit people, and some of the people who used to know you, let's say friends of the family or something, are saying like, oh, I remember when you were like this shy little Saturday girl who worked at the hairdressers and now you have your own salon, for one example. Or it could be like, look at you, I remember when you were a waiter or waitress and now you own your own chain of restaurants and you're jet setting across the world. It's that kind of thing of like, people are excited to see how far you've come and excited to be catching up with you. And there's this contentment kind of radiating from you because now you're the person who people look to for guidance. You've stepped into this boss or leadership role. And it's like, once you never thought you were capable of that, but everyone will be able to see it. It's in the way you carry yourself with a lot more confidence too, I think. And with this Page of Swords, the legacy that you're creating is one of, I want to say, like, you being able to move with the times. You're not afraid of new ideas and you're open to suggestions when it comes to advice that other people have offered. And maybe that's something you've struggled with in the past. Maybe you've been quite rigid in terms of wanting to do things your way. But let's say in the future you have this business, as just one example. It's like you'll be known as someone who doesn't let their ego get in the way of allowing that business to thrive. You're going to be this boss, but you're not like the boss who will feel threatened if one of your employees makes a genuinely good suggestion for improvement. You actively will want their feedback, you will request it. And I think that's why people are going to feel like they have a lot to learn from you, as you are an incredible communicator. You're not going to be like, don't you dare suggest that to me. I'm the boss and I decide what we do. You'll be willing to hear them out and really take things on board. And I think that's what's going to allow for this continued success and forward movement in this enterprise. Because as one example, like if you have a small business, not all the time, but 99% of the time, you're going to have to use social media to promote it. And whether you like social media or not, that's just the truth of the matter. You're probably going to have to work with social media rather than against it. You're probably going to have some kind of online presence, even if it's just a website. And I think most people of my generation and the generations below me have that awareness that, you know, that's just the way things are, and they've been willing to adapt to that. But for a lot of businesses that have been going for a long time, and with the older generations of business owners particularly, not all of them, but some of them have been like less willing to adapt to the swift evolution of online businesses, or they haven't fully been able to understand the power that the internet has when it comes to them furthering a business. And it's nothing to do with their talent, but word of mouth counts for a lot, and there's a lot of competition these days. So it doesn't have to be this example, but let's just say, like, if you have two bakery owners, they both make delicious cakes with beautiful and intricate designs. They're both, you know, competitively priced, but one of them is, let's say, a 30-year-old with an aesthetically curated Instagram or TikTok account, or some kind of dedicated social media person and like a fully updated website. And the other bakery owner is maybe an older person who doesn't do social media or technology. It's probably going to be the former person who is able to expand because they have adapted. And fair enough, if that older person is happy with where they are and there's no risk to their business because they're established and successful in their own city or whatever, and they're not interested in creating new business prospects, that's fine. But certain people in their position might question why their business isn't succeeding, but might not get on board with the way things are changing. They might resign themselves to being like, well, I couldn't do that, I don't understand technology, instead of trying to learn and remain open. And yeah, it might not be fair because maybe both bakery owners are amazing at what they do. But for me personally, if I'm looking for somewhere to get my cakes, I'm going to go to the person with the updated website who has their opening times clearly displayed, because I don't want to get there and it's shut. I'm probably also going to go to the restaurant or the salon or whatever it is where you are able to book online, because I hate phoning people. If it's a choice between two businesses and I like the look of both of them, but one I have to phone and one I can book online, I'm always going to book online. That's just an example. Take it in whichever way resonates for you. But I do think it comes down to this thing of like, you're going to be known for someone who is ever changing, not afraid to shift their business model. or revamp their life. You're going to be known as someone curious and flexible and adaptable who moves and grows with life and with the times. So that is what I'm getting for your tarot reading, pile 3. Let's just finish this reading with a little bit of closing advice from the Shine Oracle. Bear with me and we'll have a look at which card we pulled for you. Okay, pile 3, let's have a look. We got release self-doubt, let go of fear. So with your closing advice, we have released doubt, let go of fear, which is a beautiful way to end your reading today, pile 3. Because yes, you might be heavily doubting yourself right now in the current energy you're in, but a lot of these fears you're experiencing, as we said at the very beginning, are due to external forces and things out of your control. They're not a real reflection of who you are or who you have the potential to become. But you've been in a little bit of survival mode with whatever is going on for you, so you've kind of lost track of just how capable and confident you are when you are feeling genuinely impassioned. But I really do feel like this passion will come back and present itself to you in new ways if you allow yourself the opportunity to trust when it comes to taking these baby steps. You've been put in a position that's led you to doubt yourself or your intuition and your path, but this is just a temporary feeling. It's okay to acknowledge it, but you don't have to let it define you. I'm also getting like you can let go and trust the universe, and I think some of you have already been in that process because we did get that kind of thing at the beginning of you being like, okay, let's do it. What's today going to throw at me? It's like you have been detaching from a certain outcome and that is going to pay off for you. I don't know why, but the imagery on this card is making me think of festivals, like festival makeup, or maybe just makeup in general is significant, somebody playing around with their appearance. It doesn't have to be specifically a music festival. I mean, maybe some of you did attend or will attend a festival soon, so that could be significant in terms of a meeting or some kind of inspiration. But I am also getting like it doesn't have to be that type of festival where you drink and get covered in mud. It could just be like a day festival, an outing for something you're interested in, because I keep just wanting to say fest. So it could be like a beauty fest or a car fest or something to do with one of your passions that you might be open to attending and that could provide you with some clarity, and it could re-spark something for you. Maybe that's something you've been thinking of booking. But the legacy you're creating is, I think, one where you are able to fully let go of the idea that you in a current version of yourself has to be the you are forever. It's about realizing that this chapter of your life does not have to define you forever. And it's about being open to stepping into something new. So that is what I'm getting for you, pile 3. I really, really hope you enjoyed this reading today. If you did like the reading, please give me a like, please comment, and if at all possible, please subscribe. All of that would mean the absolute world to me, and I would just appreciate it so, so much. Thank you for being here, and I'll see you in the next one, pile 3. Take care. Hi, Pile 4 Collective. If you chose Pile 4 and you chose the LABRADORABLE Tarot and the Speckled Hen sticker, you're in the right place. Welcome to your reading, friends. I've just put my ring light on because it's getting kind of dark in here. I don't know whether it's making much of a difference, so I'm sorry about the lighting if it's a little bit off. I'll try and change it during editing to make things a bit brighter. But yeah, it is just a really, like, it's not even dark, but it's just a really dull day and there's not much light coming into this room. But yeah, like, let's get on with the reading. So as usual, this reading will be split into 2 main sections, your oracle reading and then your tarot reading. Please use the oracle reading as an energy check for confirmation that you've chosen the right pile. This reading today is all about what you will be known for and who you are becoming. It's about your potential, your legacy, the life you are creating for yourself, and the things that might be either helping you or holding you back in terms of this. If you would like a full reading breakdown, please check out the introduction, but without any hesitation, let's have a look at the cards we pulled for you, pile 4. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to move the tarot to one side for now, and we actually aren't going to look at this top card just yet. I want this card, which is from the Rose Oracle, to represent the overarching energy and the potential you're stepping into. So we will leave that there for now, and we will just focus on these few cards. And then I will get back to this one towards the end of your oracle reading. Okay, so let's have a look at what we pulled for you, pile 4. We have got It's Okay to Doubt. We have got number 39, Longevity. We have got number 43, Owl Spirit, You See Clearly Now. And from the Earth Alchemy, we have Golden Libyan Tectai, Expansion, Galactivations, Initiations, Ancient Egypt. So I'm actually going to start off by reading, as I have done in all the other piles, by reading from the Earth Alchemy guidebook for a little bit of clarification regarding this card. So we've got Golden Libyan Tectai, Expansion, Galactivations, Initiation, Ancient Egypt. Golden Libyan Tektite is an initiation stone. It's time to wake up to your star origins, missions, and cosmic guardians to reinstate your harmonic DNA structure. Golden Libyan Tektite helps you to do just this by holding a balance and space within your heart while you bring down stellar information in order to anchor higher frequencies with ease. It is transmitting universal light to you through the great central sun and will connect your higher vibrational aspects for healing. Golden Libyan Tektite is not of this earth, and there is much mystery around how it came to be created. It is a meteoric glass. I'm sorry about my pronunciation. I tried that word like several times and I could not pronounce it. Like Moldavite, formed 28 million years ago, found strewn across the desert floor between Libya and Egypt. It's a great gift from the stars, a galactic stone linked to Sirius and Orion, here to bring activations to your higher heart and higher chakras, as well as focusing on the channels around your inner ears through to the third eye to bring expansion. It is a stone of illumination and inner light. The ancient Egyptians called it the Stone of the Gods, and it was reserved for pharaohs. It was found on King Tutankhamun's breastplate, positioned over his higher heart. This is an indication of how the stone wished to be worked with. It brings you a connection to Ra energy, which will help you awaken the wisdom held in ancient Egyptian timelines. Perhaps you have some past in Egypt to explore that could be key to a pattern, issue, or trauma you are working on. Golden Libyan Tektite will guide you through it. Take yourself into the card, gaze up at the golden pyramids before you, and see the sun high in the sky, blazing its golden rays down to be received, floating down from the cosmos in a place of Libyan Tektite. Its yellow ray flows into your body to be received by your higher heart. Allow its yellow rays to illuminate all Syrian star coding in your light body. Trust it is done. So this expansion card is actually very, very special to me because this is a card I always end up pulling when I do a reading for myself, and it doesn't tend to come out when I'm using this deck for other people's readings. So firstly, on a personal level, I am feeling very connected to this pile, but I am just really hoping that this reading is going to be a source of comfort for you, powerful, because before I even started this channel, when I used to come to this deck for guidance, this card would always, without fail, present itself, and it was usually before some big moment of clarity or some big breakthrough. And so whenever I use this deck and this expansion card comes out, I always feel this sense of safety, like I'm on the right track with something. So that could just be a little bit of confirmation for you, powerful, because obviously we do also have this "it's okay to doubt" card, and we will talk about that, but I just feel the need to say to you, like, it's okay, you're in the right place, there's guidance here, but also that you've guided yourself here, you've led yourself here, and it's okay to trust yourself. There's this feeling almost of like you've been lost in the desert and you've been relying on your own compass and you've been searching and searching for where you need to go, and you found your way to the center of this pyramid, and it's like you open up a tomb and suddenly you're surrounded by people celebrating your arrival, because I'm getting this phrase of like, you're finally here, you found us, we've been waiting for you. And I don't know if this is like spirit guides or ancestors, or just in a very literal sense, you finding a community in terms of people in the physical world. But it's like you got here by yourself and now you're ready to be welcomed, and you're also ready to expand something, you're ready to gain deeper insight, you're ready to take something to a new level. I don't know if any of you were called to look at pile 3, that absolutely doesn't have to be the case, but I am sensing a little bit of overlap. But whereas with pile 3, it felt like they were in the midst of a transitional period, they hadn't quite got to that stage of having the grand breakthrough. And I feel like for you, you have had that sudden shift. You've had that eyes wide open moment of clarity with something. It's like you had been kept in the dark about something and now you're finally able to see a situation for what it is. I get that you've recently discovered something new about yourself. Maybe you've been developing a deeper understanding when it comes to who you are or why you are the way you are. This moment that provided clarity has maybe made you work on your healing at a more profound level. Maybe it's led to you getting more in touch with your spiritual side. Some of you could have been going to therapy or engaging with self-help literature. You've been trying to figure something out, and it's this breakthrough moment of like, oh, like I get it now. For some of you, it could even be just like this one little thing that you read whilst browsing the internet, and for some reason, it's just hit you really profoundly. And so you were called to find out more about what it means, develop your knowledge, and that in turn has led to this process where a lot of truths are unraveling. Things you thought you knew are kind of coming undone, but it's leading to this massive amount of growth. And I'll give a few examples now. Remember, they aren't all going to resonate. None of the examples that I give may resonate for you personally, but as long as the overarching feeling is the same, it's still your pile. If an example resonates, just take it as a little bit of extra confirmation, but each individual situation is going to be so, so different. So obviously just bear that in mind. But for some of you, this could be a recent shift in dynamics in terms of the relationship between you and another person. It could be ending a relationship or creating boundaries because you're now able to view this relationship through a lens of objectivity. You're seeing things how they are rather than how you want them to be. You're maybe no longer romanticizing people or placing them on a pedestal. This doesn't even have to be romantic. It could be that you've been a person in the past where you've given people chances or you've given the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you've struggled with people pleasing or you've made allowances for people when perhaps they haven't deserved it because you're a good person and you want to be seen that way. But maybe this shift in dynamics is due to you realizing that being a good person doesn't mean allowing people to walk all over you or always get their way. If that's ever been an issue for you, I think this is you realizing that. You've gained wisdom, you're seeing something with crystal clear vision, and you're acting accordingly in whichever way that means to you. It could be that you've learned more about a particular family pattern, something you were conditioned to think or believe, a behaviour that you have adopted that you now have a deeper understanding about. But if it's a behaviour that's been holding you back, it's like now you can process why it was happening in the first place. Now you can do that, you can also work towards releasing it. It's this release and unburdening yourself when it comes to whatever has been holding you back. For some of you, it could be that you struggled with an undiagnosed health issue for a long time. And if you've recently discovered what that is, now you've had the explanation, there's this acknowledgement of like, oh, like now I know why XYZ was hard for me, or now I know why I'm tired all the time, or something like that. But it's about you using that knowledge to propel yourself to this place of being able to do something about it. And obviously, if there's something out of your control, like a medical condition, knowledge alone isn't going to make that suddenly go away. I understand that. But having access to that insight can help lead you down a path of exploring options that might help. Like if there's a particular supplement or medication recommended by a clinician for people who have this condition, then that's something you could maybe look into with the help of a medical professional. But it's not just about the physical, it's about your self-worth. Because if you've been dealing with this issue alone with no explanation as to why you feel the way you do, it's easy to get down on yourself and internalize that you're struggling because you deserve to struggle or that there is no way out. But this deeper level of understanding, it's showing you something different. It's the same with whatever you've learned. The context doesn't really matter, but it's helping you build your confidence back up, and that's going to lead you to becoming who you are going to become. Because that phrase keeps popping up of like, you did the best you could with the knowledge you had at the time, and now that knowledge is deepening, so you're going to do better, you're going to expand, broaden your horizons. It's making me think of like, when we can at times judge people for staying in a bad situation, relationship wise or whatever, even situations where somebody is experiencing emotional abuse, DV, lying, cheating, and when that person stays with someone who is mistreating them, we can sometimes become frustrated and we might say like, but why did you stay? Surely you must have known that this wasn't a healthy situation. But the thing is, some people don't know because the situation they're in is one that they've seen repeatedly modelled for them. Maybe it's a pattern that they've encountered in childhood and they just go on to repeat it because they've never known anything else. They don't know any different. They can't comprehend that it's not healthy or normal. And I'm not saying it has to be something on that extreme end for you. For some of you, it could be, but for others of you, it's some other pattern, maybe related to your relationships or the partners you choose or your emotional safety or lack thereof. But equally, it could be something separate of other people. It could just be your own behavioural pattern that you're coming to understand at a deeper level. And if you didn't understand it, you couldn't even begin to change it because you didn't know why it was happening in the first place. But now it's like you know yourself more. You're like, oh, like, so this is why I feel that way, or that's why I've been doing this, or that's why I keep picking emotionally avoidant partners. Whatever the example is for you, you're on this huge journey of discovery. And I keep hearing the phrase, you know what to do now. I keep getting you know what to do now. So it's like something is evident, something is crystal clear. But of course, you're having doubts, you're second guessing yourself because this is all new to you. I'm getting it's all alien. And now I'm hearing that some of you could feel like an alien. And I'm getting that some of you have dealt with having an anxious attachment style, or that you have put too much stock in other people's opinions, or maybe you feel like you've relied on people too much to guide you. You haven't been able to take the wheel or exercise full autonomy over your life. And now you're in this energy of actually getting the chance to be independent and make those decisions, but there's a bit of a lack when it comes to trusting yourself. And I want to go back to that alien phrase. I want to revisit that for a moment because the imagery I'm getting right now, it's like you feeling as though you're this alien who has just splat landed on Earth and you don't know how to be. You don't know how to act human and you don't feel safe being by yourself because you don't want to get discovered. You need to look to somebody for guidance. So maybe you find this human who knows who you are and they don't judge you for it. They want to keep you safe. They want to keep you protected. So they're going to be with you every step of the way and say, look, like I can teach you how to be human. Please just follow my lead. So you attach yourself to this person and you're learning from them. You're watching what they do and you're mimicking their actions to the point where the difference between you and them, it's indistinguishable. You're basically the same. You and them are sort of merging and you feel safe that way because you're in danger if someone discovers your true identity. But the thing is, it's like because you have worked so hard to become human, you've forgotten about your alien side. And there's an intrinsic part of you that needs to be in touch with that side and that longs to come home. I'm getting the phrase come home. But with this, it's okay to doubt. It's like you've been living on planet Earth for so long that how do you even know how to be an alien anymore? It's so natural for you to be human now. How do you know that you'd know what to do as an alien? You feel like you wouldn't. You can't trust yourself, but you can because this is intrinsic for you. You only forgot how to do it because you haven't been practicing. You were forced to adapt to this human technique and rely on this person because they knew better than you at the time. But now you're the one with the knowledge. So maybe you've outgrown this situation and this person and you can kind of go your own way. But maybe you're finding it hard to trust yourself after allowing yourself to let other people make decisions for you for so long. I feel like you're a very loyal person and it's almost like you're loyal to your commitments to the point of if you feel yourself veering in another direction or wanting to change paths, you feel disloyal to an old version of you in some way or an old belief system or even another person. I get the sense that you were probably the kind of person who had like one ride or die friend growing up. You might have found it difficult to be around large groups of people. You might be introverted or not overly social, and maybe you felt a little bit weird too. That doesn't have to be the case, but if it is, it's like when you find that one someone who you can relate to, that person who gets you, it's like you're down for that person and you might cling on to them even when it's time to let go, like even when you've both outgrown each other. But you're kind of like, well, this person was there for me throughout all my weird stages, and so they are a part of me. That's the thing, you develop such close and intense bonds with people that your personality and their personality almost merge. You can't imagine them not being in your life. But it's like you could have that one friend where now you have grown apart, you value different things, you are entirely different people. And that's okay. Like, we don't have to be the exact same as our friends, but it could be that, like, you no longer feel aligned with this person, particularly if it comes down to certain moral things, but you almost feel disloyal moving on from them because you think, you know, well, they helped me through this, they're a big part of who I am, but who you are is expanding and there might not be room for everyone on that journey. And I don't want you to interpret that as you needing to cut off perfectly healthy friendships or family relationships or just relationships generally, where sometimes you might disagree with a person, but ultimately, even though you disagree, the love is there because we all need relationships in our lives, whether we want to think that's true or not. But I'm talking about those instances where it might be a more unhealthy attachment rather than a genuine bond based on love and connection. And if this is not a person, just interpret this as a pattern of your own behaviour, something you've told yourself is an integral part of you because you've learned it over the years. It's something you've been implementing for a long time, and so you can't see a way out of it. And when you have been in a situation for so long, it's very normal to second guess doing something different. Anyone would feel that way. But just know that what you're seeing isn't wrong. And just because you've done something one way for a long time doesn't mean that you have to do it that way forever. Because a part of who you are becoming and your legacy is someone who is willing to adventure into the unknown and expand their horizons. You will be known for someone who is unwilling to trap themselves in delusions, even delusions of their own making, if that applies. You're someone who will be known for seeing right to the heart of the matter and understanding the truth. A part of your legacy is also going to be that you're known as someone who is really creating long-term success in your future with this longevity card. Something you're discovering or in the process of discovering is going to set you down this path of enlightenment. And it could be that this is only the beginning of your journey and that there is still a long way to go. Eventually, you will be so far along that path that you'll be looking back and thinking, how did I even get here? Because you've come so far from that person you once were. And maybe this is just you trusting the small decisions before you can make bigger decisions. It could be you getting out there on your own. For some of you, this is even just solo dates or solo traveling, throwing yourself into something because you love it and not because you're relying on an external source for validation. Those are the starting points, but where you're ending up is going to be so much greater, and I think that's really something to look forward to, pal. For this could be something to do with technology or expanding your communication with this computer imagery showing up on the card. I mean, like, of course, what doesn't involve technology these days, but it is coming through as potentially significant. Maybe there's a particular online community that feels like home to you. Maybe you get that sense of belonging, an online business, sharing something online, going and doing that Zoom meeting or video call, having an important FaceTime with someone, taking the first step and applying for something online and not deleting your application. It doesn't have to apply, but it's something like that along those lines could be relevant here with the imagery on this card. So before we get onto the tarot, let's take a look at this card from the Rose Oracle, and that will represent the overarching energy in terms of this potential and this version of you who you are becoming. So let's see what we've got. Okay, pal. 4. We've got the Holy Grail, stop the searching, inner quest. Yeah, okay, pal. 4. This makes sense, and some of you need to hear this because the message I'm getting is basically to stop looking for the things you need externally, because what you're looking for has been with you the whole time. It's always been a part of you. Because some of you have been doing a little soul searching as of recently. Maybe you have been feeling a little bit lost. And I think it's due to whatever shift has happened for you recently, whatever you've been awakening to. There could be this sense of like, where do we go from here? Because I thought my life was going to go one way, and now due to this awakening, due to this moment of clarity, I'm not sure. And I don't think, by the way, that there's like a wrong way to do that soul searching, as long as you're not harming yourself or anybody else. Do what you need to do. You know, if that means traveling around the world or getting out there and socializing more or running a marathon or refinding your sense of style, then I say do that, do what you need to do, but understand that it's not going to be those external things giving you what you need. That power is going to come from you. Because sometimes we attribute some of these external things to our success or our happiness, when really that contentment has to come from us. And these external experiences, they're important in terms of being used as a tool of self-discovery, but ultimately if we're not tapping into our center, whatever's happening on the outside ceases to have meaning. So as an example, if let's say you're soul searching through going out and socializing, like meeting new people, that process isn't necessarily about feeling good about yourself because you're getting validation from people. It's about this process of discovery within you, in that you can ask yourself, who do I genuinely enjoy spending time with? What do I like to talk about when interacting with people? What do I value in my friendships and in my relationships? It's about fun, but it's also about learning. Because maybe in the past, for some of you, if you have ever struggled with attachments to people or codependency, you might have put too much stock in what another person has done for you. Maybe you're like, you know, well, I'm only confident because that person made me confident. And that's just not the full truth of the situation. That confidence has always been integral to you. Maybe certain people have allowed it to shine more, and maybe certain people have suppressed it, but you've always been capable of it. It's always been integral to you either way. And you know, I think particularly this is relevant for those of us where when a relationship or a friendship, when something has ended, we can sometimes find ourselves looking outside, jumping back into relationships rather than focusing on ourselves. And there's often this fear of like, I'll never find someone like that person again. We had so much fun. We had these deep conversations, this loving connection. I'm so worried I'll never find that in another person. And some of you need to know that the person you're looking for is you. I know that sounds weird, but maybe some of you are kind of like, oh, this person who I was with was so this, they were so amazing. but you're forgetting that you are that connection. There wouldn't have been that connection if it wasn't for you and what you brought to it. The humour, the love, the warmth, everything you had to offer, it didn't just come to life of its own accord based on this one person. You gave that relationship life, so don't underestimate your ability to do that again. You'll be able to form many bonds and many deep connections because of the things you bring to the table, but first and foremost, it's about deepening that bond with yourself and truly understanding your own value. And if this isn't in relation to another person, like a breakup or a friendship ending or anything like that, it could be that some of you have a tiny little issue with purchasing items that you want to believe will change your life, when in actuality, the only thing that can change your life is you. And I totally get that having access to certain things can help. And listen, I'm a Taurus moon, so I'm never going to discourage you from getting a little treat. If I were taking you shopping, I'm definitely the friend who is going to persuade you to get that new dress or buy the Sephora eyeshadow palette or treat yourself to that spa day. I definitely think material purchases have their place, and if you need a little pick-me-up during a difficult time, then go ahead, but just don't try to use the external things as a replacement for the internal work. You do absolutely have the capability to change your life, but it's not going to be because you've bought a new dress. If you're not changing your habits and believing that you have autonomy, you're just going to be the same person in a new dress. You're going to look amazing, but you're going to be the same person if you're just sat there in it. If you want the new dress because it's going to give you that confidence boost to work on the habits, go for it. Like, for example, if you're signing up to the gym and you want a new gym outfit that you can feel comfortable in to get you in the mood to work out, then go for it. But the outfit itself isn't going to do the work for you. The outfit isn't going to say, come on, let's pause this episode of Bridgerton and put down the hot Cheetos and go to the gym. You have to be the one who decides that ultimately. And I'm genuinely saying this out of love because not only have I been there, like, I can't tell you how many times I bought one of those water bottles with the timings on. I even have one right next to me now. But I'm always buying them thinking like, this is going to change my life. I'm finally going to be a fully functional, hydrated person. And then some months later, I found one of those water bottles at the bottom of my work bag starting to go moldy because I've forgotten about it and I haven't done the work to change. Yeah, so I know what it's like. But also, I'm going to need you to start believing in your power and stop giving it away to other people, because you have a tremendous capacity to create this legacy and cultivate a beautiful life for yourself. But you need to stop attributing your success to other people or other things. Please recognize that you have come a long way and you're going to continue to do so. And if some of these external experiences are helping, then absolutely lean into that. But don't for one second believe you are where you are because of these external things and that you need to look outside of yourself for contentment, because it's always been within you and it always will be. So that is what I'm getting for the oracle portion of your reading, pal 4. I really, really hope you are enjoying the reading so far. Please bear with me. We are about to move on to the tarot. So I'll see you at the tarot portion of your reading, pal 4. Hi Powerful Collective, welcome back to the tarot portion of your reading. Without hesitation, let's get started and have a look at the cards we pulled for you. Okay, pile 4. Let's have a look. We have got the 8 of Wands. We have got the 3 of Cups. We have got the 2 of Swords. We have got the 5 of Cups. We have got the 10 of Pentacles in reverse. We have got the 8 of Pentacles. We have got the Wheel of Fortune. We have got Strength. We have got the Queen of Pentacles. And we have got the Hierophant. So with this 8 of Wands, I'm getting the energy that's been surrounding you is one of like, things have been changing so quickly, you haven't had time to think. Or maybe that these moments of clarity, these realizations have just absolutely hit you out of the blue and really shaken up your world in a massive way. You could have had these moments of awakening where you're like, you know, my entire life has to shift due to this. And the 8 of Wands can talk about air travel. So for some of you, this may literally involve moving to a different location, moving out of a house, if a relationship has ended, or someone moving out of your house in certain instances. So it's like, not only have you experienced this breakup, let's say, but now you have the stress of finding a new home or paying for your current home, something like that. Everything has been, in whatever context it is, it's been a bit of a whirlwind. So maybe you've been in a little bit of a hermit mode, just trying to deal with the fallout of that. I'm getting the fallout, and obviously it doesn't have to be that example. It can relate to any sort of big disruption to your routine, but the overarching energy is kind of like you've been hit in the face with all of this. Something has been made clear, a truth has been revealed, but it's come at you and knocked you for six. And you've been having to deal with the consequences of it. And I mean, obviously, we haven't got the tower for this reading, so I'm not saying that this has to be a negative thing. In fact, this isn't a negative thing, or it's not going to be, even if it seems that way right now, because this is showing up as part of your legacy, something that had to happen for you to become who you are. But that might not be a feeling you are experiencing right now when it comes to this, because if this is, for example, a relationship ending and there's stress brought on due to that, you are quite rightly going to feel hurt. It's going to be overwhelming. And I think that's the thing. This is unexpected and it's overwhelming, and everything happens at once, and it's a lot to deal with. So you probably haven't had a great deal of time to assess how you feel about it. There's just this sense of, well, it's something that needs to be done. But if you are experiencing that lack mentality due to a feeling that you've lost something, I want to reassure you that whatever has happened, it's part of your legacy, in the sense that if this hadn't happened, you wouldn't be aligning with the path you're going to be aligning with. So take that in whatever way it resonates. It's still okay to feel that loss, particularly if this is an actual loss, like you are grieving somebody. That is so incredibly valid, and you don't have to try and turn that into a positive if you're not there. You might never view it that way, and that's okay. Each individual situation is going to be different, and if you need to heal and really feel your feelings, then don't force any kind of toxic positivity. But for those of you who are in a place of like, why has this happened to me, or why is this happening to me at this stage in my life when I thought I had things mapped out and now I feel kind of lost, I do want you to know that regardless of what you've experienced, there is light out there for you. There are beautiful experiences to be had, and you will feel that sense of purpose again. For others of you, whatever has been confirmed to you recently, you know that it's a good thing. You know it will bring you more opportunities, but it's still been pretty chaotic, and there has been some element of you having to uproot your life or your routine. So one example could be like you've been accepted on a course or a job, but it's in another country. So on the one hand, there's like a ton of excitement, but maybe to accept that position, you've had to like quickly scramble to organize things, to sort out accommodation. Maybe you've had to end a relationship because you can't do long distance, or you've had to deal with accommodating a long distance situation. Whatever it is, there's been like this rush, but it's pulling you forward on this path. This Three of Cups could be indicating that part of your legacy is to do with a collaboration of some kind. For some reason, I'm getting like very sisterly women's empowerment vibes from this. And you don't have to be a woman. This could be like a bromance or something if you're a guy. But there is this feeling of like women supporting women and hyping each other up. And I love that for you, pal. For if you've ever been around your friends and one of you has said, why don't we just start a podcast? If any of you have come out with something like that, that could actually be something that you might need to take seriously. It could be a good time to do that. You're kind of in this energy of like, why not? And it doesn't have to necessarily mean that this podcast or whatever it is you decide to do with a friend or with someone else is something that you have to do forever. It doesn't have to be the biggest part of your legacy, but it could be a part of it, in the sense that, maybe doing something that helps you develop your confidence further or helps you find your voice, get comfortable with public speaking as one example. That could help you in terms of the rest of this journey. It could be that you're connecting with new people or reconnecting with people that align more with you and who you can go out and celebrate and really have a good time with. Particularly if some of you have either been very busy or in hermit mode, or you've left behind a more toxic relationship or friendship of some kind. It's like connecting with people who really feel good to be around and who you don't have to step on eggshells with. For some of you, if you've ended up in a new location or doing a different job, or you're throwing yourself into like student life or something like that, it's going out and partying with these new people you're encountering and celebrating and just letting loose and having fun. For some of you, it's maybe reconnecting with sisters, your siblings, females in your family, although that doesn't have to apply. But I'm just feeling this very lovely, supportive sense of empowerment, and this feeling of like, let's pop champagne, let's have a dance, let's just let go a little bit. So maybe it's like the people you're meeting in the upcoming few weeks or months are people who are going to be an important part of your life and your journey towards creating this legacy. For some of you, because you've been on this journey of finding yourself, if you've recently become single or something like that, I know that won't apply to everyone, but maybe you have been going out and having fun or dating. Maybe some of you have a roster or you've been enjoying casual experiences. And if you know you're not a casual experience kind of person, don't get offended. That message just isn't for you, but it might be for somebody. We don't judge anyone on this channel. And there are no judgments here. Whatever you do or don't do, as long as you're safe, as long as everything is consensual, do what you want. And I think sometimes those experiences can be a big part of discovery, working out what you like, working out what you don't like, exploring your sexuality. It's all important. So if you feel empowered to do that, then do it. Equally, if you try that kind of thing and you're like, this isn't for me, that's another valuable moment of discovery. There should be no shame attached to it either way. But yeah, I'm really getting this sense of now is the time to have that fun and explore whatever you want to explore. Be adventurous, get stuck into things, because maybe you've had it hard recently and you deserve to give yourself the time to do that. I'm getting to be silly, like you deserve to be silly. To be a silly goose if you want to. With this Two of Swords, a decision that was made hasn't been easy. It's been hard on you, whether you were the one who had to make the decision or whether somebody else was making a decision that impacted you. It has been very tough. It's been challenging and it's left you in a place of not really knowing how to move forward. Some of you could have kind of avoided making this decision for a while because you knew that if you did, a lot would be disrupted because of it. This could even be in terms of you revealing a truth to someone else, either being open and honest about your feelings or revealing a truth to someone about something else and you were debating whether or not to go ahead with that because you know that if you did, everything would change. It would shift a lot of things out of place. Well, I think that moment has happened. It's like that moment has passed, but it's taken you a moment to find your bearings again. Maybe you've been in a bit of a state of analysis paralysis over your next move because the last truth that came out was so disruptive that you're kind of wanting to just let things quieten down for a bit and not do anything too hastily. I'm getting the phrase like no sudden movement. And even with the dog on this card, there's this sense of like, he's there with his little blindfold on and he's just kind of like, you know, I'm staying where I am, I'm erring on the side of caution, I can't see anyone and they can't see me, but sooner or later he's going to have to take the blindfold off. He's going to have to move and go and get something to eat and drink. But at the moment he might be avoiding looking at what needs to be looked at. So a part of you becoming who you are going to be could be removing this blindfold. I think you've already done so in a major way. For a lot of you, this blindfold is already gone. You've already done that hard work. But for some of you, there might be other more minor things that we're kind of choosing not to think about right now. We're tiptoeing around it. And we need to actually take a long, hard look at it. Many of you right now are in this process of deciding which direction to go in and you're weighing up your options when it comes to that. Some of you have unanswered texts or emails on your phone or sitting in your inbox and you know in the back of your mind that they're there, but you've been avoiding them, but it's maybe been playing on your mind like, I really need to get back to this person. Maybe these are unopened messages, like you're waiting until you're in the right place to read them properly and you don't want the other person to know you've opened the message or something like that. It's like you want to do it when you're ready, but you've been putting it off. For some of you, it's not necessarily a person, but maybe like a service you've been wanting to book. A few of you have maybe been thinking about getting some kind of treatment done. It could be something you haven't had done before, like filler or Botox. That doesn't have to apply. It could just be something like getting your hair done or even getting something serviced in your home or with your car. But it's like you're either waiting for someone to get back to you to book this appointment, or somebody has offered you some dates, but you haven't responded yet or officially booked it because you're going back and forth on it, something like that. And I will say, as long as it's safe, if it's something that's going to boost your confidence and help motivate you and you have the financial resources to do it, then go for it. But obviously listen to your intuition. And I will say, don't cheap out on getting any procedure. Like for example, if it's lip fillers, let's say, don't just go to your sister's friend's cousin who doesn't actually have the qualifications and just does it on the low because it's £100 cheaper. Like go to the qualified technician, the qualified clinician. But other than that, do what you want. It could be that you are going back and forth because of the expense with the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. So let's talk about those cards actually, the Five of Cups and the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. So for some of you, it's felt like this rug of security has been pulled out from under you with this Ten of Pentacles. And with the Five of Cups, you've been focusing a lot more on what has been lost rather than the future opportunities. And that is a very, very real and valid feeling, because maybe you feel like you have lost your one safe person, or you've lost that secure job. Maybe it's a worry for you thinking about how you're going to make ends meet. You feel like you don't have something to fall back on. Particularly if some of you are still in the process of making the big decision, maybe this going back and forth is due to the fear of financial repercussions. Like, if I make this decision, I won't have anything to fall back on. This could be leaving a career or leaving a relationship, and maybe, that's been making you quite pessimistic, because you're like, if I did that, I would be this person who's just lost 10 years of my life to this other person or this job. Like, I've put so much into it and I'll have nothing to show for it. But I think it kind of goes back to a little of what we said in the oracle, in that it's not necessarily about the other person. You've not lost anything. You might have given your kindness, your empathy, you might have shared your humor, your talents, but it all still belongs to you, and it will never not belong to you. Some of you are thinking that you've given your abundance away, but it is all still yours. Some of you might be in this energy of like, well, if I leave this now, I'll have to start all over again. But you're failing to see what you've gained from that experience. And I know that some of you are going to be rolling your eyes and you're going to be like, I didn't gain anything from this. This person or this job took me for granted. They took all my time, they took all my energy. I feel like I didn't get anything back. Okay, so now you've gained the knowledge of what you will and won't put up with. Now you know more about yourself and what you do and don't want going forward. I get how that doesn't feel like a gain, but it is a gain. In any sense of like, well, I've wasted all this time, look at all this time that has passed. Well, okay, but you've still got whatever time you've got. What's done is done, but you can still change what you do now going forward. Just because you've put a lot into something doesn't mean you have to stay doing it forever if it's not making you happy. It's not the best you could do. There's still better to come. So a part of your legacy could be you learning to release the past and focus on your future opportunities, your cups that are still upright, all the potential that is still yet to be realized. And that's going to be happening, but you might have to go through this process of feeling pessimistic, feeling knocked down so that you can get back up again. But with this Eight of Pentacles, a big part of your legacy is you becoming a master at something. Some of you are going to be doing an actual apprenticeship. You're going to be educating yourself. I'm getting the phrase knowledge is power, but you're going to be undergoing some form of learning, and it's going to make you a master of your craft. It could be that you learn from somebody else, somebody teaches you, but then you become the teacher in whichever way that applies. For some of you, this can mean literally going into teaching, but for others of you, it could be learning a skill through someone else, and then eventually you are the one spreading knowledge on that topic. I mean, this won't apply for everyone, but this almost reminds me of tarot and astrology, because a lot of what I've learned comes from watching tarot myself. I've learned from a lot of people online, and this could be the case for you, but I feel like whatever it is, you want to learn everything there is to know about it. You want to cover all bases. You're very passionate about this. You want to get stuck completely into it and become the absolute boss of whatever it is. Like, no stone goes unturned. You're getting this knowledge. Nobody is going to ask you a question that you don't know. You're going to be feeling confident to answer. And people are going to have faith in you when it comes to this topic. They're going to be like, Powerful is the real deal. They know what they're doing when it comes to this. I'm going to go to them. And this could also be a way you improve your wealth, improve your financial situation. And it's a way that you not only get everything you've ever wanted, but you could do something that's truly for you because you care about it and you're creating your own legacy, not relying on anyone else for validation. Like, you've done it all yourself, you've been dedicated, you've honed and improved your skills each and every day, and it will pay off in this massive way. I guess for a few of you, if you're at a stage in life where, let's say, you were a stay-at-home parent, or you've had to take some time out of work to look after a child, or you went on maternity leave, maybe this is in regards to your relationship with that other parent. Like, maybe you knew you had to leave or separate from this person, but you were worried because you depended on them financially, so it felt like they had control over you in a way, or that you would be lost without them. And just to clarify, being a stay-at-home parent is a full-time job. If you took time away from your career to support a household domestically so the other person could work and provide financially, you are contributing, you are a team. They will be lost without your support as much as you feel you'd be lost without them. But obviously, there is often this dilemma with one parent working and one parent staying at home, where the stay-at-home parent is often not compensated and not valued, or they're made to feel like they're the replaceable one in a relationship. And I don't know why this is coming through, but do you guys ever look at the Am I the A-hole thread on Reddit? Because this reminds me of this one thread that I saw. I think it's been reposted in a few places elsewhere, but it's like this one guy worked and his wife was a stay-at-home mum, and he started off by saying that he views them as equals, they both contribute, etc., etc. But he was feeling like he wasn't being valued by his wife for his contributions or something like that. Like, he would often compliment his wife on what she did for their home and their child, but she wouldn't compliment like his work achievements. It was something along those lines. And honestly, like, when I read the bulk of the post in itself was fine. Like, it seemed valid until he added a comment that revealed his true beliefs. I can't fully remember what he said, but he basically made some kind of snarky joke like, we'll see how much she values my contributions when she's homeless, or something along those lines. And joke or not, it just made it incredibly clear that on some level he did not view them as equal. He was trying to exert his power over the wife. The fact that he knew he had the potential to leave her without a home, without autonomy, something that a lot of people in her position probably fear, and he was using that as a way of saying she should appreciate him more. It just made it clear what kind of person he was, that he would think that. Like, yes, he is providing financially so she can stay at home, but she is providing childcare so he can go to work and not have to pay for childcare. They're both sacrificing something, but it's like he knew he had the power in that situation. And the reason I'm talking about that is that if that has ever been you and you have doubted your capabilities, or you've been worried about what you would do if your financial security was taken away, just know that you do have power and you can create absolute gold. You are beyond talented. And whether it's you returning to education or to the workforce after having time off, if you're worried about the age you're at, whether you'll be able to get back into the groove of it, just know that you will, because you're extremely capable, more so than what you give yourself credit for. So if anyone has ever made you feel like you can't be independent without them or you won't thrive, just know that you will thrive, and you do have the ability to get a little bit of wealth and multiply it with your skills and with what you bring to the table. And if you need any more reassurance that things are going to get so much better and that the wheel is turning in your favour, here is the Wheel of Fortune to confirm that for you. I think you're closing on some kind of really difficult cycle, but the cycle that is replacing it, the era of your life you're stepping into right now, will be a very defining time for you in terms of creating this legacy. If things are still challenging for you, just know that it will not be that way forever, and that things can and will get so much better. And this is especially prevalent to those of you who feel like you've been treated unfairly and you've been nothing but nice and kind, and it feels like you've got nothing in return. I'm getting the phrase reap what you sow. So if what you've been putting out to people is from a place of love, you're going to be getting that back tenfold. And on the other hand, those that haven't been so kind, it's kind of like, don't you worry, things have a way of working out. And even if it seems like that's not the case now, they're going to be receiving their karma and their lessons very, very soon. I think you're going to be exiting your era of this constant bombardment of lessons, and that's going to give you room to grow and focus on what you truly want to focus on, in turn creating this legacy. You've had to make some difficult choices to get to that place, but you've done it, or you're in the process of doing it. And with that, blessings are going to come to you for making those decisions, even when things got tough. With strength showing up, this version of you who you are becoming is going to be so brave and courageous and resilient, and you're going to be known as someone who has complete faith in themselves and their abilities. This is about your inner strength, the trust you've developed in yourself as a person, because you've overcome certain obstacles. You've created a new path for yourself. I think a big part of your legacy is also you releasing the desire to control the outcome of a particular situation. Before you made these difficult decisions, you could have been in a state of almost being paralyzed by fear and wanting to control every possible outcome. And I think for many of you, a big part of that was like, before you really started seeing things clearly, maybe you were getting this feeling of anxiety because you weren't fully listening to your intuition and because your body was trying to alert you that something wasn't right. And I'm not saying that's the case for anxiety all the time. Sometimes anxiety isn't for a logical reason and it's our body's response to something our mind is creating. But other times it's more of this gut feeling that something isn't quite right. I think that's what I meant, like maybe anxiety was the incorrect word. It's more this gut feeling of something being off. And let's just use the example of this being a relationship because it's the one popping into my head, and I think it's one that a lot of people will be able to relate to, even if this isn't a situation you're currently going through. But I know I've dealt with this before. So it's like, have you ever had that experience where you're dealing with a person, you're just starting to date or to get to know them, and you get this voice in your head coming from your intuition? It's not an anxious voice, it's more of a solid, calm voice. And it says like, come on, we know this person isn't for us. We know we can't trust this person. It's not like a what if or I'm not sure. It's this very deep, profound knowing at your core, like this moment of universal truth that comes through to you. But sometimes, because we are humans and we make mistakes and we have primal urges, and maybe we are attracted to that person, and because in our mind we want it to work, we're kind of like, intuition, shh, okay, let me live, like, let me have my fun, let me see where it goes. You ignore it, but it never quite goes away because it's that innate part of you that is trying to tell you something. And what happens is when you ignore that part, when your body senses something but you're refusing to listen to it, that can turn into anxiety because everything just feels out of alignment. We don't ever quite feel safe. And what do we do when we don't feel safe? We try to control things. We try to consider every potential outcome and its consequences to maintain some illusion of control or autonomy over the situation. Obviously, that can apply to anything, but in a dating scenario, if we feel like something's off, if we feel like we can't fully trust someone, that clinging onto control can look like you staying up all night checking through that person's following list and going onto the profile of every single attractive person you see in that list and looking through their likes to see whether your person's profile shows up there. Because a part of you is like, I'll just feel better if I know, because knowing allows you to maintain some semblance of control. But does going out of your way to find that information actually make you feel better? Like, oh, my boyfriend has commented on all these pictures of Insta baddies in bikinis. Great, I can rest easy now. No, like, it doesn't make you feel better. What's ultimately going to make you feel better is releasing that desire to control by releasing your attachment to the outcome, to that person or that situation, aka listening to your intuition for once and choosing not to be in a situation that is making you feel that way, that's making you feel on edge. It's like, have any of you ever been in a relationship where you can sense that somebody is pulling away from you, but they're making out to your face like everything is okay, and you're in this state of anxiety for weeks or for months on end? Like, sometimes it's good, but sometimes it's really, really bad. And when that person does break up with you, you can be in the worst pain you've ever felt in your life. But a tiny, tiny part of you feels that little bit of relief, that the anxiety, the feeling of not knowing how things are going to go, that can finally be released. You finally don't have to think about this situation anymore. There's some light at the end of the tunnel because even though you know you're heartbroken, you also know that you can start to move on now. This is what this strength card is reminding me of. It's that feeling like a part of your legacy with this strength is you giving up control and letting the universe decide, because maybe the worst has happened, like the worst is over, and now you do not have to think about it anymore. So it's whatever will be, and that comes with a tremendous amount of power and you being able to better yourself in so many different ways. It's also like you having the courage to do things and go after things because you love them and not caring about what anyone else has to say, not caring about the outcome, but just allowing yourself to feel total bliss in that moment. Like with the image on this card, this dog is getting told off because he's covered in mud, but he doesn't give a fuck. He'd roll in the mud again 1,000 times over because it's what he wanted to do. He enjoyed it and it was worth it. He knows he's going to get in trouble, but who cares? This is a big part of you becoming who you're meant to be, releasing your attachment to a particular result. And with this Queen of Pentacles, you're going to be known as someone who is not wanting for anything. You're not going to be seeking anything from anyone else. There's this tremendous sense of independence with this Queen of Pentacles. I know we mentioned parenthood earlier, that doesn't have to apply, but the Queen of Pentacles is often depicted as a working parent, so that could be confirmation for some of you. It doesn't even have to be in relation to human babies. I mean, you picked the dog tarot, so perhaps this is indicative that you have a life filled with furry companions as part of your legacy. Animals, nature, etc. could all be significant here. That could be something to do with your legacy, working with nature, with the environment, with animals, with a rescue centre, a charity, you know, something to do with conservation efforts. It doesn't have to apply, it's just that little bit of extra confirmation if it does. But whatever the case may be, I'm getting that everything is going to feel so much more in balance because you will create this very stable center for yourself at the core of who you are. You will have gone inwards. You won't be seeking things externally to make you happy. You will understand that things outside of you have their place, but that ultimately true happiness and contentment comes from you. It's not about the location you're in or your financial situation. It's about having this safe, secure place at your very core that you can come back to. Because you can be anywhere in the world and have all the nicest things in the world or visit the most luxurious places and not feel happy if you don't feel secure of yourself internally. But on the other hand, you can overcome any obstacle and always feel content no matter who you are or where you are because you know who you are and what you bring to the table. I think with this Hierophant, you're going to be known as someone who people come to seeking guidance, who people come to for advice or answers because you have the knowledge and you seem like somebody who has things figured out. You will seem like somebody who has your shit together. And that might be very surprising if you're not feeling quite that way now, if you're maybe feeling more chaotic. But again, I think we mentioned teaching earlier, and it's like you are going to become this teacher because all of your life experience has allowed you to master something. This could be like you've been through the most intense situations or the biggest emotional roller coaster, and you coming out on the other side of that, it allowed you to understand other people and their situations better. So, whatever is happening for anybody else, they're going to feel safe coming to you and maybe hearing some of your spiritual wisdom because they know that you're not judging. You felt that way too, but you've got through it, and so can they. It's like you're going to be known as somebody who, although you've been through some stuff, you never let it take away from who you are and you never lose this core essence of you. You've created this internal sacred space for yourself that you can return to when you're in doubt, when you're feeling lost, and you can rely on your own inner wisdom to guide you. I know it's not the high priestess, but it's almost giving me this sense of like a wise old mystic. I'm not saying that you're old, but maybe in the future you're like somebody's mysterious grandparent, like this person who your family or people around you kind of look up to. And it seems like you've always been this way, you've always been this enlightened being. They've always known you that way, but actually, when you look back at your life, it's taken you significant change and lots of different life experience to get to that place. But this power and this strength and this wisdom has always been a part of you. So that is what I'm getting for the tarot reading, pal 4. We are just going to close this reading with a little bit of closing guidance from the Shine Oracle. So please bear with me and we'll have a look at what we pulled for you. Okay, pal 4, let's have a look at what we pulled. We've got be bold, don't be afraid to stand out. I really don't know why. I don't know if the images on these cards are based off of anyone in particular, but this woman on the card just looks like Katy Perry to me. I can't unsee it. And now I'm getting that E.T. song by Katy Perry. I can only remember the chorus and I can't remember that properly, but it could be because we mentioned about aliens in the oracle portion of the reading, so maybe that is significant. I don't know, but it's like, don't resign yourself to fear-based living. Don't be afraid to do something differently, particularly if you are still in that place of making a tough decision and you're thinking about the what ifs and you're trying to stay in control of a situation. I think maybe take a moment to ask yourself whether you really feel in control right now or whether you're just clinging onto an illusion of control. And if it were to all fall down, if the worst case happened, would that be so bad? And I'm not saying yes or no, it's going to be different for each person, but I just mean if it's a situation where, like in the long term, you could see some good coming out of it, you could see something being released, you could see a potential future for yourself, then is it worth being bold and stepping into that potential, speaking out about something, expanding your life experience by doing something differently, and being strong in your convictions and in your commitment to truth and authenticity? Obviously, only you know, and as I always say, I don't want to tell you something your intuition doesn't already know, but whatever situation you're in and whatever kind of legacy you're creating for yourself, pal 4, just know that you have what you need, you have the power, you have the capability, and you have it in abundance, and you do not have to stay in the shadows if you want to step into the light and reveal who you truly are. So that is what I'm getting for your reading, pal 4. I really hope you enjoyed this reading. If you did enjoy the reading, please don't forget to like, please comment, and please subscribe. I would just appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care, pal 4.